Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Privilege. Resuming consideration of question privilege concerning the denial of access of members to the parliamentary precinct and resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Lukiski.
La dernière fois, la Chambre...
The last time the House was debating this question, the Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup had 13 minutes and a half remaining in his speech. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to resume the debate on this question of privilege that was raised by my colleagues and which you yourself approved. Or rather, you said that my colleagues were right in that this House accords certain privileges to members. And from time to time, these privileges are violated. And in that case, we have the right to challenge that situation. So we'll take a look back at the facts of the situation through this debate. One of the consequences of this question of privilege is that when we were discussing it, a very important debate about fundamental changes that the government wants to make to the standing orders was interrupted. The government was sort of slipping these changes in through a House committee, and they did so by tabling a document in committee to propose reforms to the way in which Parliament operates. Now, some of these changes are worthy of discussion. Others are more questionable. And I think it's important to mention that our objective in filibustering and obstructing the government from introducing these changes, so the reason we're doing that is because we want to maintain the privileges that we have here in this House. I think it's important to recognize that society is changing. That's inevitable. We're not against change. We're not against changing the standing orders of the House in principle. But the question here is not the content of those changes, but the way in which those changes were introduced. All of the changes that happen in this House, or have happened in this House over the last 150 years, since the House of Commons was created, were adopted unanimously. Nearly all of them, if not all of them, were adopted by all parliamentarians. But this time, the Liberal government literally wants to impose a new way of doing things on us. They're saying that they want to make the House more efficient. They have these great theories. It sounds nice in the media. But the reality is that they need to show a minimum level of respect for us. And that minimum level of respect needs to be given to all parliamentarians in this House. It's totally unacceptable for a party with a majority in the House to impose a new way of doing things in the House on other parliamentarians without giving those parliamentarians the opportunity to vote for or against those changes. Now, I think it's important that Canadians understand the following. Unanimity on this discussion that the Liberals want to have is essential. And it's essential for a very simple reason. We have parties in this House that only have one representative. We have a party, a couple of parties that aren't even officially recognized, like the Bloc Québécois. But these people were elected, just like I was. They were elected by Canadian citizens. And we are all here to represent those Canadian citizens. We represent them within a system in which all parliamentarians are supposed to be able to express themselves because we represent the citizens. So we need to be able to express ourselves on these matters. If you look at the document that was tabled, there are some very interesting things inside. And again, I think it's important to reiterate that we are not against any of these potential changes. We want to have a discussion. But the problem is that the Liberals are not giving us an opportunity for discussion. On Tuesday evening, I mentioned that I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a businessman. And if in my business I was dealing with my suppliers or my partners, and I wanted to have the kind of discussion that the Liberals want to have with parliamentarians, well, I wouldn't have the respect. If you want to get respect, you need to give respect as well. Scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. And that's really not what's happening here. And I can tell you that we will fight to the bitter end, Mr. Speaker. We cannot accept this. And the great thing is that all of the parliamentarians on this side, in the opposition, are unanimous. We agree that we cannot accept this. We cannot accept this arrogant and undisciplined way of doing things. In the past, the House of Commons has always been disciplined and has always shown respect. But this is not the case now. Now, I know I haven't used all of my time, but I want to give my peers the opportunity to express themselves as well, so I'll conclude. And I'd just like to say that I think that we're very lucky to be the people that we are. There are 338 of us here representing 35 million Canadians. And we are really spoiled. We're extremely lucky. We have privileges, but we also have responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. And one of those responsibilities is to properly represent our constituents. And to do that, we need to have the respect of all parliamentarians in this House, but particularly the respect of the government. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments from the member, and just wanted to reinforce that all members, I believe, truly recognize the importance of unfettered access to the House. I've had the opportunity in the past to sit on the PROC committee where we've dealt with this issue, and an issue of this serious nature we would hope would not be politicized. My question to the member is related to, it's been a little while since I've been on one of the green buses. Yesterday I was on a green bus, and there was a discussion that I had somewhat overheard in regards to should a member of Parliament be able to get off the bus at any point during being on the bus. So whether it's halfway down the hill, a quarter way down the hill, three-quarters way down, should a member of Parliament have the ability to get off the bus at any point in time he or she desires to get off the bus, in his opinion?
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, Mr. Speaker, if my colleague's question is his real priority this morning, if he really urgently wants to know where you can get off the bus on the Hill, I think that just shows the lack of respect. The lack of respect that they are giving the question that we're dealing with today. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Yes, people can get off where they want. There are areas, planned for that. I don't know why he's talking about the buses this morning. We're not talking about buses. We're talking about the changes that the Liberals want to impose on the House of Commons. We're not talking about buses.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. What I wanted to ask him is this. Now, the Speaker made a ruling a few days ago about the point of privilege raised by his colleague. And he said that the fact that the Liberals ended the debate about the question of privilege, about the access to the Hill, was totally unprecedented. As my colleague explained, this really reflects the Liberals' general approach and their way of working in Parliament, where they don't always let Parliament work. So I'd like to hear my colleague talk about his opinions about the Liberals' approach, about the way that they're talking about the changes to the standing orders, because all of this is part of a package, in a sense. It's all part of a series of problems that we've been experiencing with this government. So I'd like to hear my colleague talk about the fact that the Liberals took an unprecedented action, in other words, ending debate on a fundamental question, the question of two members' access to the Hill. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamoaska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. What I found interesting in his question is the fact that he was referring to the Liberals' current behaviour. Now, we've seen this behaviour not just in the last week or two. We also saw it last year with motion number 6, which really aimed to smother the opposition. And there was a public backlash, and because of that, they managed to back down. And we're going to make them back down on this as well, because this doesn't make any sense. All they have to do is withdraw the motion so that we can have a proper discussion. But that's not what we have now, Mr. Speaker. There is no real discussion. The Liberals want to impose this unilaterally on us. They want to impose a new way of functioning in Parliament without the agreement of all parliamentarians. And that just flies in the face of the way we've always done things in the House. So that demonstrates the utter arrogance of the Liberals that we're having to deal with. We will never stand for this imposition.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member across the way, if we listen to some of the Speaker's comments from yesterday in terms of the issue of relevancy, we have the member, in essence, making the point of not being relevant. What we're supposed to be talking about is privilege, and the bus was an integral part of the issue of privilege that was being debated. The member, and I asked the member, why is it that he chooses to talk about something that's outside of the actual privilege? Mr. Speaker, what we're supposed to be talking about is unfettered access to the Parliament building. The member across the way has consistently made reference to rule changes and trying to label it as a behavior or something of this nature. That's not what's technically supposed to be being debated, Mr. Chairperson. If we want to debate the rule changes, there's other forums that we can actually have that discussion. I personally welcome that discussion, Mr. Speaker. So I'm wondering why it is that the member refuses to talk about that unfettered access, or why so little time in his comments on unfettered access.
La députée de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamoaska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, all points of privileges raised in this House are important for the following reason. As representatives of our 338 ridings, we have responsibilities. And one of those responsibilities is to ensure that we have free access to the House of Commons. We have all sorts of privileges, and these are fundamental because they allow us to do that. So respect for those privileges is fundamental. Now, he refers to the fact that two of my colleagues didn't have access to the Hill. Yes, that's part of our privileges. We should have access to the House. Whether we're coming by car, by shuttle, we have to have access to the Hill because that is an integral part of our daily work on the Hill. So, yes, we need to be able to do that. We want this question to be studied as a priority in the committee, but again, the government doesn't want to help us. Now, when you talk about working together, there's a flagrant example here. The Liberals are trying to impose their will because they're a majority government. But I can tell you, that's not how things work in Parliament, and that's not the way things should work in Parliament.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I keep hearing the Liberal members saying how important this issue is, how seriously we should take the issue of a member's access being denied to this chamber. Yet, last week on Thursday, this government moved to cut off this debate entirely. They wouldn't even allow members of Parliament to vote to refer this matter to committee. So I guess my question to the member is, how can the government be taken seriously on saying that this is a serious matter when they denied members of Parliament the right to even vote to send it to committee?
La députée de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent question. And in his question, he really gave the perfect example of the Liberals' arrogance toward the House of Commons these days. They don't care at all, Mr. Speaker. It's very simple. They don't care at all. That's the way the House works, and I think it's important to understand this. And it's important for me to say this again. The NDP members who are next to us on the opposition side, well, who would have believed it, Mr. Speaker? We've become friends through this. We're working together to ensure that these arrogant people across the way change their mind about their way of doing things. Now, I think we agree that we don't have the same political vision, but we do have a shared vision that everyone should have in the House of Commons, and that's about the way the House of Commons works. And no one should question that, neither the Liberals or anyone else. And I was very happy to hear my colleagues from the NDP saying that the Conservatives had never even dared to go this far. That's a compliment from the NDP, Mr. Speaker. They are the ones who crossed a line, who went somewhere they should never have gone.
Debate. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, it's always a pleasure and a privilege to rise in this House to speak on behalf of the people of Chilliwack Hope and to represent them here in the House of Commons. And that's what this debate really is about our ability as members of Parliament to represent our constituents here. And I think when the public maybe look at the title that rolls across the bottom of the screen on the television when we're debating issues like this, and it says privilege motion, people would say, well, members of Parliament are already privileged. What are we talking about here? Why are they fighting about their privileges? And the reason that we're talking about our privileges as members of Parliament is because essentially what that infers is that our constituents have privileges in this place. We are representing, in my case, about 92,000 people. When I come here to vote in the House of Commons, I represent my electoral district to the best of my ability. And the way I do that is by coming here to vote. So what has happened here to bring people up to speed is that two members of Parliament were denied their right to vote by being denied access to the precinct, by being denied access to this place for a vote on Budget Day. And what does that mean? That means that their constituents, the member for Milton and the member for Beauce, their constituents were prevented from being heard through their MPs during that vote. And that's a very, very serious violation, Mr. Speaker. And at first we thought that all members of Parliament would take this matter seriously and that we could deal with it in a serious way. But quickly it became evident that the Liberal members, the Liberal government, had no intention of treating this as a serious matter. We saw on the first day of debate the member for Winnipeg Centre get up and blame the member of Parliament for Milton and the member of Parliament for Beauce for having poorly planned their day and not being able to enter this place for a vote. When the Speaker made it clear that there was an unacceptable delay on the buses due to motorcades, due to security, due to a media bus, it doesn't really matter to the two members that were forced to miss a vote. For 9 minutes they were held up by security and unable to proceed here. And the member for Winnipeg Centre said, I planned my day a little bit better than that. So really, it's the fault of the members for having their own privileges violated. That's what was said by Liberal members in debate here. And it reminds me of another question of privilege that we saw this fall at the same type of atmosphere in this place. We had motion 6 before the House, where the government was looking to strip the opposition of all of our tools, all of the means at our disposal to hold the government accountable and to do our jobs. And at that time, I remember it well, I was sitting a little closer to you at that time, Mr. Speaker. But the Prime Minister himself walked down and grabbed the chief opposition whip. He bumped into another member. He created disorder in the House. And what did we see from Liberal members at that time? Blaming the chief opposition whip, blaming the member from the NDP for getting in the way when the Prime Minister was, in any other workplace, would have been an assault. But it was the opposition that needed to be blamed, just as they're doing now. And what did we see from the government, which the Speaker himself declared as unprecedented? When we're having a debate about privileges, when we're having a debate about whether members of Parliament can exercise their right to vote on behalf of their constituents, this government, these Liberal members, wouldn't even allow members of Parliament to vote on whether or not that should be sent to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. That is the height of irony, Mr. Speaker, to say our rights to vote have been violated. When the rights of one member is violated, the rights of all of us are violated, and that's why we take this seriously. But not seriously enough, for the first time in the history of Parliament, the government took the step of ending the debate before a vote could be called on it. They didn't allow the question of privilege to be decided on by the members of this House. An unprecedented attack on the rights of members of Parliament, so much so that the member for Perth Wellington had to raise a question of privilege on the fact that the question of privilege wasn't voted on. And he was successful in bringing that motion forward, and I thank him for standing up for the rights of all members of Parliament, something this government is increasingly attacking. So this motion of privilege calls for this debate, or calls for this matter to be studied at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And a further sub-amendment, or a further amendment to that motion says that this should take priority over all other matters currently before Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which is where MPs from all recognized parties talk about the rules of the House, violation to the rules and rights of members of Parliament. And why have we had to take that step? Why has the official opposition proposed that this motion, this matter, be referred to Procedure and House Affairs Committee and be given precedent? We've done that because it's clear that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee of the House of Commons has been hijacked by the Prime Minister's office. Currently, the Prime Minister's office is pulling the strings of the Liberal side of that committee. They brought forward a motion that would, we call it a guillotine motion. There's the guillotine hanging over our heads figuratively, where they've said, we are going to do the following to you. Let's talk about it. We're going to take away your right to debate at committee. We're going to cut off debate in the House of Commons preemptively. We're going to invoke time allocation, which means we're going to cut off the debate before it even starts. We're just letting you know ahead of time that we're cutting that off. So that's coming. They're saying we are going to eliminate your ability to discuss committee reports in the House of Commons. We're going to eliminate the ability of everyday members of Parliament to move procedural motions to do things like adjourn the debate or that a member be not heard, or any of the tools that we have at our disposal as members of Parliament. They're looking to take those away, and that's what's happening at Procedure and House Affairs Committee right now. The government has shown no willingness to withdraw that motion and work with the opposition to come up with solutions that will benefit all of us. I thought it was quite something in this so-called discussion paper which is being jammed down the throats of the opposition. At the end of it, it says, a key consideration in the reform of the standing orders is to ensure that the scheme operates equally effectively in a majority and minority context. No word about it working for the majority and the minority of members of Parliament, simply that it always works for the government. The changes must always work for the government, no matter what form we find ourselves in a minority or a majority. It's unprecedented. As the Speaker said, unprecedented for the government to cut off a debate on privilege And it's unprecedented for them to try to jam down the throats of the opposition rule changes that will only benefit the government. And we've seen what that looks like. There is an easy solution to all of this, Mr. Speaker. That is to withdraw the motion, the guillotine motion, which threatens the rights of opposition members. We have ideas on how to make this place work better. Many have already been implemented, and I've spoken on that before. But to say, you know, here the bully standing over you and saying, you know, you're about to get it, and how about we talk about how I'm going to feed it to you, is not a way for this House to work well, and we won't accept it. We are obligated on behalf of all members of Parliament to fight for the rights of members of Parliament. And I thought it was telling, Mr. Speaker, that a member of the Liberal Party, one of the few members of Liberal members of Parliament who realizes that if he's not in Cabinet, he's not a member of the Liberal government. And if that side of the House recognize this fact, if you do not sit in the Cabinet, you are not a member of the Liberal government. You are a member of Parliament who happens to be Liberal, and you should be standing with us to defend the rights of all members of Parliament who are not members of the Cabinet. And the member for Malpeque, who has sat in opposition, who has sat in government, who has sat in Cabinet, and now sits outside of the Cabinet, said the following: "This place is called the House of Commons for a reason. It is not the House of Cabinet or the House of PMO. Protecting the rights of members in this place, whether it is the opposition members in terms of the stance they are taking, is also protecting the rights of the other members here who are not members of Cabinet or the government. We talk about government as if this whole side is the government. The government is the executive branch. We do need to protect these rights." Bravo to the member of Malpeque for knowing what his role is as a member of Parliament, for knowing that he is not a member of Cabinet and therefore not a member of the government. There are a few members like that who have played on both sides of this aisle, who have gone from opposition to government and back again. They understand that what we are seeing here in terms of not only the unprecedented attack on the rights of members of Parliament to determine whether a breach of privilege has occurred, but on the rights of members of Parliament in the opposition to do their jobs. They know that Prime Minister Chrétien would never have attempted this kind of stunt. Prime Minister Martin would never have tried to silence the opposition. Prime Minister Harper never tried to manipulate the rules of this House to take away the tools of the opposition. But we have a Prime Minister now who has complete disregard for the rights of members of Parliament and, quite frankly, for this place. We saw it when he was the leader of the third party, where he showed up just enough to you know, he got his questions in, but this wasn't his priority. His priority was taking speaking fees, $20,000, $25,000 a pop from charities and nonprofits to supplement his meager $170,000 income. This wasn't a priority for him, and it still isn't. This is an inconvenience for this Prime Minister, who treats it unlike any Prime Minister in Canadian history, as we've seen, with unprecedented attacks on the privileges of members of Parliament, and now they want to formalize it going forward. We've seen that they want to make the House more predictable. They want to make the House more predictable. Well, wouldn't that be nice, Mr. Speaker, if the House was more predictable for the government? That is not the role of the opposition, to make the House more predictable. As I've said previously, the Prime Minister and this government have now moved to the point where they get very upset when there's actually an opposition presented to them, because they prefer an audience. And that is what they are trying to make all members of Parliament into, an audience for this grand play that is the Prime Minister's life here in the House of Commons. And when they take away the rights and privileges of members of Parliament, both through somehow fighting against
my colleagues from Milton and Beauce, they fight against their right to be heard at PROC committee. They deny us the right to vote on that, to send it to committee, to make it a priority. They show how seriously they take this matter. And they deny the rights of all members of Parliament to represent our constituents. And we cannot stand for it. And the reason I call on my colleagues in the Liberal Party, even the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader is not a member of the Liberal government. He's a Liberal MP who happens to be on the same side as them, but he's been down at this end of the House. He's been in opposition. He utilized the tools that were available to him as a member of Parliament, as an opposition member. And to now try to take that away and defend it, take the words of the member for Malpeque to heart. I know there are a lot of new members of Parliament that got elected in 2015, but we are just temporary residents in this House of Commons. These seats do not belong to us. They belong to Canadians. They belong to our constituents, and we have a sacred duty to protect the rights of our constituents through members of Parliament to do their jobs. And when members of Parliament are denied the right to vote, and when they're denied the right to vote, when members of Parliament are denied the right to vote on whether that was a violation of privilege, we see the arrogance of the government. And it's unprecedented. I keep using that term because the Speaker used it himself just on Thursday. So again, we talk about the motion that why do we need to make this a priority? That's what the sub-amendment for the member for Crowfoot says, that we need to make this a priority at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And we need to do that because when the Prime Minister's office directs traffic there, the House of Commons is actually the body that is supposed to advise the committees on what they should study. We do it all the time. We refer bills to committee, they take precedent. I would argue that there is no greater issue that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee should study than whether or not we are able to do our jobs as members of Parliament. And when, if the government had shown good faith, they say this should be studied at committee, but we're not going to allow a vote that says that. And take our word for it, we'll get to it eventually, and we'll move our own motion at committee, and, the House doesn't need to worry itself with this sort of thing. This is exactly what we need to worry ourselves with. Because the government has shown that they don't care about the rights of the opposition. They're very inconvenient, in fact. That when we talk about things like I remember the member Parliament for Vegreville standing up for her constituents in committee and questioning John McCallum, the then Minister of Immigration. She questioned him for the full length of his time there. The member for Calgary-Nose Hill helping her out. The government said, you know what, that's really inconvenient. To have a member of Parliament standing up for her constituents when we want to shut down a case processing centre in her riding, we don't think she should be able to do that anymore in committee. We're going to take away the right of that member to hold the minister and this government accountable. That was very inconvenient. We got to strip that away. When we've seen this week debates taking place in this House on things like gender parity, gender equality, when we've seen debates on the House rules and how we can make this better, all brought forward by the opposition, bringing forward committee reports. That's very inconvenient for the government. So they want to strip away that right, and that's what they're talking about at PROC right now. It's very inconvenient when members of Parliament are able to speak in this House for 10 minutes. They want to reduce that to maybe 5. That's very inconvenient to have to listen to members of the opposition. It actually says in this supposed discussion paper that they're discussing at PROC ahead of this issue right now, it actually says the ringing of the bells and votes are very inconvenient. You know, those bells that call us here to do our jobs, to represent our constituents, to vote on matters that are before this House, it's all a grand inconvenience. Well, Mr. Speaker, we represent millions of Canadians on this side of the House. In fact, those of us on this side of the House represent over 60% of Canadians. And the rules of this House are there to protect the minority. They are not there to make this place more predictable and convenient for the government. And when members are denied the right to vote, we don't expect to see the government deciding to take action against members of Parliament by cutting off our rights to debate, by cutting off our rights to vote. We expect to have the rights of the minority protected. That's what the House rules do. That's what we're doing here when we're talking about privilege. And it's unprecedented, the level of attack that this government has taken on members of Parliament and against the members of Parliament whose privileges were found to be prima facie a case of violation. So we urge the government and Liberal members who are not in the government to vote in favour of these motions, to deal with this matter seriously, and to stop their unprecedented attack on members of the opposition.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's interesting whether it's this speaker, the previous speaker, they want to have a discussion or debate about the possibility of having rule changes brought into the House. I think the Prime Minister and the government, in fact, there's a number of members inside this House that want to see Canada's Parliament modernized. And this is, in essence, what it's all about, that hopefully we'll get to that discussion at the PROC committee, Mr. Speaker. But today we're actually debating unfettered access to this precinct. That's the actual debate, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity to have this debate on several other occasions in which sometimes the vote occurs immediately. Other times you might get a few members that will get involved. The members across the way try to give the impression that we are trying to prevent a vote from taking place. The member knows full well that if, as other previous privileges and people were to be somewhat relevant to the privilege, we could possibly even have a vote this morning. We don't see the government trying to prevent a vote, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the member is, does he believe that this privilege is any different than the other privileges that we had on unfettered access? And maybe he could illustrate in terms of why it is that this matter of privilege should be taken into consideration other changes that are not necessarily relevant to unfettered access to this building, Mr. Speaker. It's an issue of relevancy in good part.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I find the facts do not bear out what the member just said. They specifically tried to deny it. They moved to return to orders of the day last Thursday.
That's exactly
I was scheduled to speak last Thursday. They denied that right. They didn't put the vote on that motion. They just tried to punt this off into the ether where it would never be discussed again. The member for Perth Wellington had to rise on a question of privilege because they had violated the privilege debate. So this is unprecedented. This is unlike any other debate, and it's the fault of the government for failing to take this seriously, for failing to address the motion, and for trying to punt it off into Never Never Land. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to let that happen. We will continue to stand up for the rights of members of Parliament, not only to vote in this place, but to do our jobs. It's very relevant discussion, and they should stop trying they should stop trying to violate the privileges of members. They've now taken that upon themselves, when before it was merely a matter of access and security. They've now taken that on themselves as the Liberal Party to defend that somehow and to try to prevent us from moving it forward. We should vote in favour of this motion. We should vote to send it to committee. We should vote to have it take precedence over all other matters due to the seriousness of it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from Chilliwack Hope for his impassioned speech here this morning. As a new member of Parliament, like over 150 of my colleagues across the aisle, I came here knowing that I had been sent by people who took the time to go and vote for me to come here to represent their best interests. And what I see happening across on the Liberal bench is very disturbing to me, because I see that people are basically allowing themselves to be silenced. I don't know if they're being told to be silent, if they are just choosing to remain to be silent, but they're doing an extreme disservice, not just to their colleagues in this House, to the very honor of being a member of this House, but certainly to the constituents that they came here to represent. And that's an embarrassment. And they need to take that seriously, Mr. Speaker, and I don't believe that they are. You know, the member for Papineau, as we heard yesterday from my colleague, seems to have had a turnabout of his entire previous career here in this House. The things that he said in this House that he would do and he would make different, he's not chosen to do. I remember him coming in to the new member lunch that we had in the beautiful new Wellington building, telling us all how it was going to be different, how this was going to be different. Foolishly, I thought that was a positive thing, Mr. Speaker. But the truth has become that it is a pattern of disdain and respect, and what he meant by different was that he would disrespect the members of this House in a way that has never been done by previous Conservative and Liberal governments. You know, privilege means respect, and there's poison leaking out of this House in the treatment of the...
we try to avoid references to other honourable members' proper names in the House as well. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, yes, I appreciate the passion of the question for the member for Essex, and I think it is clear that what this government, or what the Liberals ran on and what they are delivering, are two separate things. The greatest example, or the latest example, I should say, is the use of omnibus bills, which were specifically forbidden in their platform document. Well, we had a 300-page omnibus bill that deals with all kinds of things, from increasing fees on people for passports, increasing their camping fees, changing the role of the parliamentary budget officer, all sorts of things. And they used the exact same defense, quite frankly, that our Conservative government did. These are implementing matters that are in the budget, Mr. Speaker. That was a great line when we said it. I guess they've adopted it now, Mr. Speaker. They promised sunny ways. It's all coming apart. Their true selves are being revealed. They are not taking the privileges of members of Parliament. They are not taking the privileges of the opposition seriously. They weren't going to heckle either, Mr. Speaker. They weren't going to heckle either, but we see they can't help themselves. There is simply a continued breaking of promises, and they should be held accountable for it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan. Here we go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has sat on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for over 9 years while our party was in government, as someone who has dealt with procedural matters routinely, day after day after day, in my capacity as Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, I believe that I can offer a unique perspective to what is occurring in this debate, and in fact, the real motivation behind the debate, and that is the government's willingness and desire to unilaterally change the standing orders of this place. Mr. Speaker, I would not argue that the government has the ability to unilaterally change the standing orders, but I would argue, Mr. Speaker, they do not have the right to unilaterally change standing orders. Now, the government is fond of saying that the government wants to modernize the standing orders. The reality is, it's up to Parliament. It's up to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to modernize itself, not up to the government. Hear, hear. Will my colleague please comment on those observations, and will he please as well comment on the fact that if this government votes against the motion before us on privilege, in effect what they are saying is they're voting against the privileges of members of Parliament of this place for their own narrow political interests.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his work on these files over the last 9 years. And he's absolutely right. And I remember it when we were in government. This member was a key part of the Standing Order Review, and our rule was that, and the current deputy, the parliamentary secretary to the government house leader was there, and he knows that the rule was if not all parties could agree on the rule change, it was immediately dropped. There was consent to move forward with any changes. Under Stephen Harper's government, that was the benchmark. If we couldn't agree with the opposition, we weren't going to make the change. So now we have that same member who benefited from that agreement, from that cooperation, from that unanimous consent approach, trying to jam down the throats of the opposition, changes that are to the benefit of the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, this is unprecedented, as again the Speaker has indicated, an unprecedented attack on the privileges of members of Parliament, and we, quite frankly, will continue to fight for our constituents and the rights of the minority in this place. Hear, hear.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill, I'll let her know that there are only about 10 minutes before we have to go to the period for statements by members and question period. So I'll interrupt her approximately halfway into the time that's available for her remarks. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a matter of great import that should concern every member in this place. So as a recap, why are we here today debating this particular issue? A few weeks ago, I believe it was on Budget Day, my colleagues from Milton and Beauce were held up at the Parliamentary Security Gate and were held up, I believe it was for a period of 9 minutes, and as such were not able to vote. So my colleagues raised a point of privilege, and what does that mean? So for those who might not know what parliamentary privilege is, there are rules that are afforded, there are conventions that are afforded to members of Parliament that allow us to do our jobs here. If you look in Bosch and O'Brien, it says that House of Commons and its members enjoy certain constitutional rights and immunities that are collectively referred to as parliamentary privileges. It gives a bit of history about this. But the point that's relevant here today is that there is a privilege which is called freedom of obstruction, interference, and intimidation. And under that section it reads, any physical barrier preventing members' access to the parliamentary precinct or blocking their free movement within it may be treated by the House as a breach of privilege. Questions of privilege have been raised in connection with traffic barriers, security cordons, and even union picket lines. So, rightly so, my colleagues raised a point of privilege. The Speaker then ruled on that point of privilege and said essentially that privilege had been violated. And then we proceeded to debate. They had to move a motion to refer that issue of privilege to our PROC committee. This is the way that we resolve these issues. But here's where things got strange. The government did something that was absolutely unprecedented. In fact, the Speaker of the House of Commons called it unprecedented, in that they tried to move to orders of the day. Now, what does that mean in regular language? It means that they tried to shut down debate on a motion of privilege without a vote. Shame. So then we had to raise another question of privilege, which the Speaker then ruled in our favor again, saying that no, the government should not be able to just override a question of privilege in the House of Commons. Now, why is this important to somebody watching this today? This is important because you pay our salaries, the people watching this today pay our salaries to vote on issues of import to this country, to be in the House, to debate, and to raise issues on behalf of our constituents. And this is why privilege exists. And this is why matters of privilege take precedence in the House of Commons. This is a very serious, serious matter. Look, I'll be the first to admit that things can get very heated in the House of Commons. I get very heated in the House of Commons. I get passionate in the House of Commons because there are issues that I fundamentally disagree with other colleagues in this place. And that's my job to do that. It's my job to either support or flesh out or hold to account the government on issues that are of interest to my constituents. I'm not here to agree with everyone. I am here to do something that resembles work so that we can come up with the best public policy instruments for the people that pay our salaries to be here. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we are impeded from doing our jobs such as was the case with this matter of privilege, that ability, that fundamental component of why I am here is negated. Now, my colleague from Chilliwack raised some very good points that I want to expand upon this morning. First of all, it is the role of a member of parliament. What does that mean? I was part of the executive at one point in my career. I was a cabinet minister. At that point in time, I was part of the government. But even when I was part of a government, I was also responsible to my constituents. Now, if we're going to remove that role, there's a great commonality among all members in this place. If you do not hold a cabinet position, you are a member of parliament, and your role as a member of parliament is to hold the government to account. Even if you're a Liberal backbencher, your job is not to agree with the government all the time. Your job is to represent your constituents and flesh out policy, flesh out bills that have been put forward in this place to try and ensure that their voices and their opinions and what is in their best interest is reflected in the law of the land. When we have matters of privilege that are breached in this place, it fundamentally prevents each and every one of us from taking on that specific, very important role, which is to hold the government to account. Now, one of my colleagues has proposed a sub-amendment to this motion, which would allow this question of privilege to take precedence at the PROC committee. And for those who have been following along, we know what's happening at the PROC committee right now. At the PROC committee, the government is trying to ram down the throats of us, and therefore all Canadians, changes to the rules on how Parliament works. Now, why are they doing this? I would put it forward to the House that it is because this government, the government members, see this place as an inconvenience to putting their agenda forward. Mr. Speaker, this place is what differentiates us as a country from dictatorships. This place here, where we review legislation, where, yes, we're going to filibuster legislation, yes, we are going to vote for and against legislation, yes, we're going to debate legislation. The privilege that I have to stand in this place and stand up for my constituents and speak my mind on this is not an inconvenience. It is democracy, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when the government puts forward a quote-unquote discussion paper that talks about quote-unquote modernizing Parliament, what does that mean? It means, it's the way I read this, it's code for making this place less inconvenient for the Prime Minister. My colleague from Chilliwack had a great line. The Prime Minister wants an audience. He does not want an opposition, and I can verify that fact. If the Prime Minister wanted an opposition, if he truly wanted to use Parliament and the voices of Canadians to come up with legislation that is in the best interest of the entire country, he would not have put this discussion paper forward. And again, I don't want to even use that term. It's not a discussion paper. What this is a fundamental change to Canadian democracy. One of the things that is talked about in this paper that we're trying to filibuster at PROC because we don't believe that Canadians should be foisted with this, is the curtailing of debate, Mr. Speaker. If these changes come through, my ability to stand here and speak on behalf of my constituents would be permanently curtailed, and that is wrong. That is wrong. And if Parliament is inconvenient for the Prime Minister, then perhaps he shouldn't be the Prime Minister of Canada. And I will resume this after question period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill will have 11.5 minutes remaining for her speech when the House next resumes debate on this question, and of course the usual 10 minutes for questions and comments. But now, nous allons
Now we will proceed to member statements. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, April 17th, 1982 is a dark day in the history of Quebec. 35 years ago, Ottawa repatriated the Constitution in what the British consul of the time, John Ford, called an attempted coup d'etat with the aim of changing the balance of powers in Confederation. The goal was to weaken Quebec, to reduce our ability to make our own choices in society, starting with our ability to defend the French language. All governments in Quebec have refused to sign Trudeau's constitution because all these governments came to the same conclusion, that this constitution, negotiated behind Quebecers' backs, was bad for our nation. Mr. Speaker, je me souviens. The Bloc Québécois remembers too. There's nothing else to expect from Canada except a betrayal and attempts to weaken our ability to make our own decisions. 35 years later, the repatriation of the Constitution is a failure, and the independence movement in Quebec is still standing.
Leafs are back. We have a strong, young, and exciting team with a great future ahead. You can feel the love for this team, Mr. Speaker, but you can also wear it. Yes, it's an idea that started in a beer league dressing room on that fateful day when our Maple Leafs hired the best coach in hockey. Jake Mednick and Tommy McColl, two childhood friends, teammates, and diehard Leafs fans from Beaches, East York, with an entrepreneurial spirit, put Mike Babcock's stern face on a pair of socks. And Bab Socks was born. A cartoon face on a pair of socks has never been so serious. Made by fans, for fans, is a great way to support our team, and it's a great way to support KMH. So tonight, pull up your Bab Socks, become a Babs Bud. It's game day, Mr. Speaker. Go, Leafs, go!
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Fort the Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With the melting of snow, my riding has seen a flurry of activity. Congratulations to Lindsay's own Strumbellas for winning a Juno for the song Spirits for Single of the Year. In Haliburton, the Chamber of Commerce held their 11th annual Business and Community Awards Achievement Gala. Congratulations to all award nominees and recipients such as the Pump Shop, Wintergreen, Haliburton Real Estate Team of Remax North Country, Highland Glass and Windows, Community Living, Harcourt Park Marina, and Bonnie View Inn. In addition, the Haliburton County Snowmobile Association won the Warden's Award. Entrepreneur of the Year was presented to Mike McFadden, and Reverend Max Ward was named Highlander of the Year. And finally, to the staff and students of Brock Secondary School, who raised their own funds and traveled to France for the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. They were one of the largest youth delegations from Canada. We are all very proud of them for ensuring they were at Vimy to commemorate this historic event.
Member for Brampton East.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh, Mr. Speaker. Today, Sikhs all around the world are celebrating Vaisakhi. Guru Gobind Singh Ji started the Khalsa Panth in 1699 with the simple philosophy of Naam Japna, meditation, Girt Karni, hard work, Seva, selfless service, and always remembering that we have a responsibility to make the world around us a better place. These aren't just Sikh values, these are Canadian values. This past Monday, we celebrated Vaisakhi on the Hill, and we were proud to show how Sikhs have contributed to Canada for many, many years. And we prayed for the success of all Canadians and our great nation. And in our daily prayer, it read, Okhi kadi na dekhan dehi, apna bird samale. To all his devotees, he does not let them see difficult times. That is his innate nature. Happy Vaisakhi to all Sikhs around the world, and happy Vaisakhi to everybody in this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise today to mark the tragic death on Tuesday of one of the world's greatest HIV/AIDS researchers, Dr. Mark Weinberg. Mark Weinberg was, among other things, the lead investigator at the Lady Davis Institute at the Jewish General Hospital in Montreal, the director of the McGill University AIDS Center, and professor of medicine at McGill.
He's known the world over for his contribution to the identification of lamivudine, an antiviral drug now one of the most widely used in the treatment of HIV. In 2015, he was appointed to the Canadian Medical Hall of Fame. His
work on HIV/AIDS treatment saved millions of lives around the world. He will be remembered as a committed activist in the fight against HIV/AIDS. My heart goes out to his family, his friends, his colleagues, and his many admirers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the community of St. George in my riding of New Brunswick Southwest is in mourning today. Tuesday afternoon, we were shocked and saddened to learn of the tragic house fire that claimed the lives of 4 people, Esther Boyd and her 3 adult sons. St. George is a tight-knit community, and this loss is felt throughout my riding. I'd like to thank the first responders, including the firefighters from St. George, Blacks Harbour, St. Stephen, and St. Andrews. Thank you to Mayor Crystal Cook and Fire Chief Sean Morton for your leadership. On behalf of myself and my family, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the family and all residents of St. George. Please join me in standing to recognize the memory of the Boyd family, the first responders, and the entire St. George community. You are in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as Vice Chair of the Canada-Armenia Friendship Group to remember the Armenian Genocide of 1915. As we reflect on this tragedy of human history, we are reminded of the importance of protecting and promoting freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, values that we as Canadians value dearly. This first genocide of the 20th century has been recognized by our Senate in 2002, our Parliament in 2004, and by our Conservative government in 2006. The Armenian-Canadian community has contributed positively in so many ways to Canada's culture, economy, and spiritual life. Mr. Speaker, the acknowledgement of the Armenian genocide should motivate each of us to do everything in our power to ensure that such a terrible tragedy never happens again, and to build bridges of mutual respect. As the Armenian community celebrates Easter, I extend to them and to all Canadians my wishes for a happy Easter in the words of one of their esteemed leaders, in the name of our risen and victorious Lord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to convey my best wishes to all those celebrating Vaisakhi today in Canada and around the world. Vaisakhi is one of the most important days in Sikhism, as it marks the inauguration of the Khalsa and the fundamental principles of the Sikh faith laid down by the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. All across Canada, at their local gurdwaras and at home with their families, Sikhs will participate in colorful parades, ceremonies and celebrations, and will reflect on those values that embody the heart of our faith: harmony, unity, justice, equality, and service to all mankind. These values, Mr. Speaker, are at the core not only of the Sikhism, but are shared by all Canadians of all walks of life. I encourage to all Canadians to participate in their local Vaisakhi festivities and to engage with their local Sikh community in celebrations of our common cause and purpose as Canadians. Happy Vaisakhi to all. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand in this House to recognize the most heinous of all crimes, genocide. This House has recognized 6 genocides: the Holocaust, Holodomor, Armenian, Bosnian, Rwandan, and Yazidi genocides. What these genocides have in common is not only their horrors, but that all of them were preventable. As recognized by this House, April is Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation, and Prevention Month. This presents an opportunity to learn about how these atrocities started and how we can prevent their tragic repetition. In order to prevent genocide, we must first recognize its precursors: racism, hatred, exclusion, dehumanization, and demonization. Most importantly, we must never forget the moral imperative to never be indifferent in the face of evil. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to honor all of those who have had their lives cruelly ended by genocide and the survivors whose stories we honor. Their memories must live on.
Bravo.
Bravo. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Vaisakhi marks the Sikh New Year and commemorates the formation of Khalsa Pantha warriors under Guru Gobind Singh in 1699. Every year, Sikhs participate in Nagar Kirtan procession, bringing communities together to socialize, share delicious food, and reflect on the teachings of Sikhism. This can be seen today in the GTA, where Guru Gobind Singh Children Foundation is holding a fundraiser for underprivileged kids around the world. Vaisakhi is also a great occasion for us to celebrate the tremendous contributions of the Sikh community to Canada's culturally rich and diverse society. As a Member of Parliament for Markham Union Bill, I wish all those celebrating Vaisakhi and joyous celebration. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Chalamon. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to a social enterprise and a charitable organization that is a true gem in my riding of Longueuil-Chalamon. For 25 years now, Surtex has been providing full-time jobs to persons with disabilities by employing them in the largest textile sorting and restoration factory in Quebec. Thanks to their work, more than 6,000 tons of textiles are kept out of landfills every year. Surtex is committed to innovation, and it is also engaged in research and development to find new solutions to further reduce our environmental footprint. Congratulations to Surtex and their team, and on behalf of our community and our planet, thank you. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar.
In sadness today as Canada has lost a giant. Dr. Mark Wainberg passed away tragically yesterday at the age of 71. Professor Wainberg was known for his part in the discovery of the antiviral drug 3TC in 1989, and his work was continuing at both the Jewish General Hospital and the McGill University AIDS Centre.
He courageously brought the entire HIV/AIDS research community to Durban, South Africa, at the height of the crisis in the year 2000, so that the devastation there could be documented firsthand.
AIDS activist because we have to be.
Through his work, Mark Wainberg saved millions of lives around the world. He was an officer of the Order of Canada, an officer of l'Ordre National du Québec, and Chevalier de la Légion d'honneur in France.
I join the Wainberg family, the entire McGill community, all of Quebec and Canada, and indeed all the world, for mourning the loss of a brilliant man who was indeed a mensch. Thank you, Mark.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend Canadians celebrated the tremendous sacrifice of those who participated in the Allied victory on Vimy Ridge and the many who gave their lives in that battle for our freedom. This week, Christians here in Canada and around the world are remembering and celebrating Easter. During Holy Week, we remember Christ's sacrifice for us by his willingness to die on the cross for our sins and for the sins of the whole world. And on Easter Sunday, we will celebrate Christ's victory over sin and death through his resurrection. As a Canadian and as a Christian, history's examples of individuals laying down their lives for the good of others fills me with a deep gratitude for the freedoms I enjoy as a result of their sacrifice. I wish everyone in this place and back home a happy Easter.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, we're in the midst of Cherry Blossom Festival in Vancouver, where more than 40,000 cherry trees are welcoming spring finally into our city. This festival began as a recognition of the 500 cherry trees given to our city by the mayors of Kobe and Yokohama, Japan in the 1930s. Congratulations to founding executive director Linda Poole and her team, who have hosted concerts, workshops, art exhibitions, and fairs under pink-hued cherry tree canopies since 2005. This year, the festival offers over 20 public events, including the plein air blossom painting and Sakura Days Japan Fair at Vancouver at Van Duzen's Botanical Garden and the Cherry Jam downtown at Burrard SkyTrain Station. Visitors can also stroll through the picturesque Natobi Memorial Garden at UBC's Botanical Garden in Vancouver Quadra. In honor of this great yearly tradition, I wish Vancouverites a very happy Cherry Blossom Festival. Let's give spring a very warm welcome back to our city.
Here, here.
Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, this year's federal and provincial budgets threw Saskatchewan under the bus. The provincial budget proposes to eliminate the Saskatchewan Transportation Company, STC, depriving communities of needed bus service with less notice than required by the Canada Labour Code. The federal budget allocates transit funding mostly based on existing ridership, which favors large centres that already have extensive transit systems. Saskatchewan's share of federal transit funding is less than half our share of Canada's population, shortchanging our province by far more than the Sask Party says axing STC will save. I invite all of Saskatchewan's elected representatives to join me in pushing for an equal per capita allocation of federal funding to improve transit in Regina and Saskatoon and to save STC.
The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, one 96-year-old veteran described it as the best week of his life. This past week, I had the privilege and honour to be part of the Canadian delegation that travelled to Vimy Ridge to celebrate the 100th anniversary of this great battle, where, for the first time, Canadians fought together as one and became a nation. 3,598 of us died that day. 11,000 were wounded. Walter Allward's monument that stands atop the ridge is magnificent. Like well-known sites around the world that people go to for personal or religious pilgrimages, Vimy Ridge and the monument that towers over it is our Canadian pilgrimage site. I want to sincerely thank both past and present Ministers of Veterans Affairs and staff at Veterans Affairs Canada. The Vimy 100 celebration was 7 years in the making, and it was incredible. Incredible, paying tribute to those who died, those who served, and those who continue to serve. Other than marrying my wife and the birth of my 4 children, being at Vimy was the best week of my life.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were proud to welcome Malala Yousafzai to Parliament Hill. We honour her courage as an activist for education and a champion of girls' rights. Canadians believe that the rights of all women and girls are human rights. This year marks the 35th anniversary of Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms, in which these fundamental rights are enshrined. I am proud that my city of Winnipeg is home to the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, a place of education and reflection which commemorates both our Charter and Malala's inspiring story. As we celebrate this accomplished young woman, now an honorary citizen of our country, we also encourage Canadians to celebrate their Charter, which for 35 years has helped us work toward the respectful, inclusive nation that we aspire to be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. La députée de Lac.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, when we come back to the House 2 weeks from now, likely countervail duties will have been slapped on our forestry sector. Why? Because of the government's lax approach. It didn't see fit to immediately proceed with what needed to be done to resolve the problem. We've been talking about this for months, and the only certainty people have is that it will impact their jobs. There will likely be job losses across the country. There is still some time. Will the government resolve the softwood lumber issue this week or very shortly? The Honourable Minister.
Very hard, both within the Government of Canada across all departments and also with our provincial counterparts. I've had the pleasure of meeting with ministers, and we keep in touch regularly to make sure that Canada's response is a coordinated one. We understand the importance of the forestry sector to Canada, We understand it's important to make sure that those jobs are protected as best as we can. We're working tirelessly to make sure that that happens.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Speaker, he can talk with the provinces. That's their job to discuss with the USA and to fix it. They transfer that to the province. That's their responsibility to fix it. They don't. That's the problem. That's just a question of leadership. Former Prime Minister Harper fixed it in 2 months. That's 19 months since they're there. And now they don't have fixed it. That's the truth. And the problem, Monsieur le Président.
And the problem, Mr. Speaker, the only certainty that forestry sector workers have is that their gas, electricity, hydro costs, everything's going up. The costs are going, but they don't know if they'll have jobs. And why is that? Because the government continues to talk instead of taking action.
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to inform the member opposite that actually this morning I spent 45 minutes on the phone with Wilbur Ross, the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, talking about the softwood lumber issue. We are very closely engaged with the U.S. Now, I also want to say to the member opposite, but also to all Canadians, that while we are actively engaged in negotiations, we are also concerned about supporting our industry in any interim. We will not let the threat of countervailing duties weaken our negotiating position. Nous voulons un bon accord.
We want a good agreement, not just any agreement. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, their rhetoric since the beginning is nothing. They haven't got an agreement on the table. They haven't. These are just words that we're hearing from them. And what they want is to muzzle the opposition. In the past few weeks, they've changed the way of working. Now with this. Well, no, they said they wouldn't be coming forth with those kind of big omnibus bills. They want to muzzle everyone here. But the Liberals are right. They don't want an opposition. They don't want to be contradicted. The PBO must monitor expenditures, must monitor the unkept promises. Will they respect that, Mr. Speaker? The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, during the election 2015, our government committed to put an end to the use of omnibus bills. The Budget Implementation Act that we tabled contains budgetary measures, nothing else. This is our plan in order to favor equity, to strengthen the middle class by creating jobs and by giving people the skills that they need to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister is taking lavish and expensive family vacations at the cost of $133,000 to the Canadian taxpayer, he's at the same time nickel and diming everyday families who want to plan a modest vacation or maybe a long weekend with their loved ones. Passports are going up. Gasoline is going up under this Prime Minister. Uber's going to be going up. Even beer and wine under this Prime Minister is going up. Why is the Prime Minister thinking he is entitled to make Canadian families pay for his excessive spending?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, under the Conservatives, low and middle income Canadians were stuck with the bill for increased costs of government services. For example, drug assessment fees take in every year $45 million less than what it costs the government to assess the drugs. That means that there's a $45 million subsidy every year that Canadian taxpayers fork out for the big drug companies. We believe the big businesses using government services ought to pay their fair share for the cost of those services, and enabling fees to be aligned with inflation will ensure that is the case, Mr.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, at the end of the day, Canadians know it's costing them to pay for all of this Prime Minister's big spending. He's arrogant and entitled, and Canadians are seeing that. He's also shutting down anybody who opposes or criticizes him. We know he's shutting down the ability of opposition to criticize him. We've now learned that he's neutered the parliamentary budget officer. This Prime Minister clearly has a big problem with accountability and transparency. How long does the Prime Minister think he can keep running and hiding from all of his mistakes? How long does he think he can keep silencing anybody who dares criticize him?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
This Prime Minister is listening and is engaged, and that's why this government has taken unprecedented levels of public consultations. This government is listening to Canadians, responding to the very real challenges that they are facing, and that's exactly what we'll continue to do. Our government is committed to giving more independence to the parliamentary budget officers. Canadians expect their government to be open, transparent, and accountable, and that's exactly what our government is doing. We look forward to the debate on the bill, and we are open to amendments on how to further improve the proposed legislation so that it accomplishes the goal of an independent PBO. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, young and racialized Canadians continue to receive charges and criminal records by the thousands for simple possession of marijuana. And yet, this Liberal government refuses to do anything to stop these harmful arrests for at least another 15 months. Criminal records have serious consequences. It makes it harder to get a job, and it makes it almost impossible to travel. What does this Liberal government plan to do to support Canadians who have been convicted of a crime that the Prime Minister himself has admitted to?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Our government is committed to introducing a strict framework that will regulate and restrict access to cannabis in order to keep cannabis out of the hands of children and profits out of the hands of criminals. Decriminalization will not achieve these objectives. Creating a comprehensive and responsible system will take time, but that is necessary to get this right. We look forward to bringing forward comprehensive legislation later today.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
More of the same evasiveness and dodging, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expected immediate action on updating Canada's marijuana laws. And yet, 18 months later, we continue to see cases of Canadians charged and convicted for simple possession. That means that approximately 60,000 Canadians could have criminal records during this government's mandate. A shameful statistic. Will the minister acknowledge this harm? And will she commit to pardoning Canadians who have been convicted of possession of marijuana?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I'm very pleased to inform the member that he won't have to wait longer for legislation because we are introducing comprehensive legislation later today. Our government has committed to legalize, strictly regulate, and restrict access to cannabis in a careful way to keep it out of the hands of children and youth and to stop criminals from profiting. Canada's current system of controlling cannabis through the criminal justice system does not adequately protect the health and safety of Canadians, especially youth. We look forward to introducing comprehensive legislation today.
La députée de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. What the NDP is calling for is decriminalization and prevention. Some 50,000 arrests for simple possession in Canada in 2015, and that has a disproportionate impact on young people, cultural communities, and Northerners. Many organizations like the Canada Centre for Substance Abuse supports decriminalization or pardons. Even Jean Chrétien and Joe Clark were in agreement with that. In the meantime, will the Liberals stop charging people for simple possession? The Honourable Minister, our government has committed to legalization and to legalizing and restricting access to cannabis in a responsible way in order to keep it away from children and to keep profits away from criminals. We are taking action, and at present, the health and safety of Canadians is not being adequately protected, especially young people. We are very eager to introduce legislation later today in this regard. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. They don't really answer the questions, Mr. Speaker. They say they want to protect young people from trafficking marijuana, but they're completely omitting to deal with the issue of prevention. And young people are getting criminal records. And Quebec is urging the federal government to assume its responsibilities. $2 million per year for this type of change, the biggest change in many years, is ridiculous. If we compare with Colorado, their budget for young people in 2015 was $45 million. And that for a state with 5 million inhabitants. Will the Prime Minister and Minister for Youth come up with a real transition plan that includes the necessary funds for prevention? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Our government has committed to legalize and to strictly regulate and restrict access to cannabis in a safe way in order to keep it out of the hands of children and to keep profits away from criminals.
Achieve these objectives. Creating a comprehensive and responsible system will take time, but it's necessary to get this right. We are very happy to be introducing comprehensive legislation later today.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, on the day that the Liberals roll out their marijuana legislation, we learned that the person they handpicked to chair the pot legalization committee has deep ties to the industry. Anne McClellan's firm promotes itself as the go-to advisors to the industry, and at least 12 of its employees stand to make millions from their ownership stake in one of the pot companies. Big surprise. She herself is crisscrossing the country, promoting the Liberal policy and handing out her own business cards. How deep in the grass does all this Liberal cronyism go?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable gentleman wants to attack the integrity of Anne McClellan, good luck.
Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, I will attack the integrity of Anne McClellan when she and her law firm partners stand to make millions of dollars because they're connected to Parry and they're connected to you. Anne McClellan is a former Liberal cabinet minister, and now we know she has close connections to the pot industry. While she was designing the framework for this new system, her legal colleagues were waiting in the wings to make big pot profits. Is this new legislation merely a smokescreen for Liberal cronies to fill their pockets?
Order. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the clear answer is no. And if the honourable gentleman would like to make those suggestions outside the House, I'm sure Ms. McClellan will meet him in court.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. Order.
The Prime Minister told the House on several occasions yesterday that he will answer questions from the Ethics Commissioner about his trip to Billionaire Island. Every time the Prime Minister stands up and plays a game of political dodgeball in the House of Commons, he undermines his credibility and undermines the legitimacy of this place, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have news for the Prime Minister. He also has a responsibility to answer to Canadians who are represented by every single member in this place. Can the Prime Minister stop dodging, dipping, ducking, and diving and answer this question? Who told him to break the law?
Order. Prime Minister is answering to Canadians every single day, and that's exactly why this government has taken unprecedented levels of public consultations. We will continue to engage with Canadians. We will continue to respond to the very real challenges that they are facing. And Canadians know that wherever the Prime Minister travels, whether for personal business, he must always be in a position to carry out his official duties. The resources that were provided to him are exactly the same as has been the case for previous Prime Ministers, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister takes his role very seriously. We take the work Canadians need us to do very seriously, and we'll continue to deliver for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La députée de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister sought the confidence of Canadian voters 18 months ago, but again today, he's stretching the truth and winging it. I hope that he doesn't think that this Holy Thursday he will be given absolution without confession, Mr. Speaker. Concerning his false statement on the use of the Aga Khan's private helicopter, can the Prime Minister admit the facts and tell the truth? Mr. Speaker, how can the Prime Minister look honest Canadians in the eyes and tell them that he's saying the truth when evidence to the opposite has been provided? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, our government and our Prime Minister will continue to answer to the real challenges facing Canadians. Regardless of where the Prime Minister is, he needs to be in a position to fulfill his official duties as his predecessors did. He is always in contact with his office and constantly receives support during his trips in Canada and abroad. whether the trips be for official or personal reasons.
Bertha Lakes Brock.
Mr. Speaker, transparency, accountability, and sunny ways. This was the Liberal platform. Now, the same government is trying to force through measures that will significantly reduce Canadians' ability to hold these Liberals to account. Is the Prime Minister going to continue standing in this chamber while he orders ministers to do his dirty work? When will the Liberals come clean to Canadians about their shady attempt to dodge accountability?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, exactly as we committed to Canadians, we are delivering on. We had said a more open, more transparent government. That is exactly why we have taken unprecedented levels of public consultations. We will continue to work hard for Canadians because we know that's exactly what will allow us to implement the budget and the investments that we have made, strategic investments to create the conditions of growth that Canadians need us to create jobs, to have a stronger economy, exactly what middle-class Canadians are asking for. We will continue to deliver on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have a conversation with the Government House Leader. What does an election campaign commitment mean to her? In fact, what did they promise during the election campaign? Small deficits, $10 billion, balanced budget in 2019, major election reform, lower taxes for SMEs. Well, they've shown us that a Liberal promise is an alternative fact. For once, can the government respect its promise of openness and transparency and commit to not changing our rules without the unanimous agreement of all members? The Honourable Government House Leader. During the election campaign, we committed to modernize Canada's Parliament and to adapt it to the 21st century. We are prepared to work with all parties to follow up on the commitment that we made to Canadians. But we will not give the Conservatives a veto over the election commitments we made to Canadians. We know that we can work together. We can all work together. I encourage all members to participate in this work.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
In the last Parliament, Bill C-15, the Strengthening Military Justice Act, was adopted as a first step in reforming Canada's outdated military criminal justice system. This bill received royal assent 4 years ago, and yet 44 sections of the Act are not yet in force. That represents nearly a third of the Act and some of the most important reforms to the system. Mr. Speaker, since justice delayed is often justice denied, can the Minister of National Defence explain to the House what possible excuse there can be for this long delay in reforming Canada's military justice system?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, the military justice system is extremely important, and D&D and the armed forces are looking carefully at it to improve conditions for all men and women serving in uniform.
For Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, conserving and restoring wild salmon is vital to the future of BC's wild salmon fishery. Yet the minister wants to dismantle the policy for the conservation of wild Pacific salmon. The Liberals have yet to restore the Fisheries Act. They've approved harmful industrial projects. They've even slashed budgets for monitoring salmon. And now they want to gut the wild salmon policy? Simple question for the minister. Is he going ahead with this harmful plan, or will he stand up for British Columbia?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's question, and of course I share his concern. The sustainable management of Canada's fisheries is of the utmost importance for our government, and we understand that wild salmon are the lifeblood of the West Coast. Consultations are underway, and the department is engaging with First Nations as well as recreational commercial harvesters that we're finalizing the integrated fisheries management plans. But on top of that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share that this is the reason why we're putting $197 million over the next 5 years into science to make sure that we can hire more scientists within the Department of Fisheries and Oceans so we can manage these resources properly.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, local officials in Emerson, Manitoba and the media are being denied information regarding the continuing influx of illegal migrants. RCMP and border officials, who only a few weeks ago were providing regular updates about the number of illegal migrants they're intercepting, have now been told to keep silent. Individuals on the ground are saying this gag order came from Ottawa. Will the Prime Minister admit that he is keeping that information from Canadians to cover up his own inaction on this issue?
No, indeed, Mr. Speaker, we have taken steps among CBSA, the RCMP, and the Department of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to try to comprehensively collect all of the data for the country and to release it in a complete form on a monthly basis. And that information for the last month will be forthcoming in the next number of days.
Well, member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, that's a very eloquent way of saying we're muzzling the RCMP. So, Mr. Speaker, the public deserves to know how many people are illegally crossing the border into Canada.
How many?
Covering up these numbers won't make the problems go away for the Liberals. So, without these numbers, local officials can't plan to cope with the situation, and the government can't be held to account by us. So if, as the Liberals claim, there's no problem and there's nothing to see here, why are they telling the RCMP to hide these numbers?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, we are collecting all of the data from all of the departments and agencies of the Government of Canada that are relevant to this situation, and making sure that they are presented publicly, providing more information about this situation than has ever been provided before.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that Liberal cover-up stinks. So I can tell you what also stinks, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberals' response in cutting the danger pay of Canadian troops fighting ISIS, and it's been embarrassing. Conservatives forced the hands of the Liberals in fixing this outrageous decision, but today we learned the Liberals issued a ministerial order that is only returning some of the danger pay for some of our troops. Military families who are no longer receiving this military danger pay are now turning to food banks to get by. Why isn't the Defence Minister standing up for our troops who are being treated just so poorly by these Liberals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, we're determined to offer adequate compensation for our armed forces members in the work that they do. As the Minister of National Defence has said on several times, action has been taken. We have recently changed the dates of coming into force for the new danger pay to ensure that members of the armed forces deployed to Kuwait at the time when the amount was reduced will not be affected by this change during their deployment. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Their paycheck at the end of the month.
Mr. Speaker, on April 6th, the member for Gatineau confirmed that he would obtain evidence of the capability gap used to justify the sole source purchase of the 18 Super Hornet fighter jets. He confirmed that D&D would provide me with this evidence. However, on Tuesday at committee, the Liberals have voted down the Conservative motion twice, a motion calling on the Minister of National Defence to provide evidence of the capability gap. The Liberals keep repeating that the gap exists, so how is it that the two ministers on the file can't show or justify the existence of the gap in writing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Honourable Minister. I guaranteed or assured the Minister of the good news that our government is providing our men and women in uniform with the equipment that they need, equipment that they didn't have during the 9 years of the previous government. These aircraft are required in order to meet operational requirements on an interim basis until the fleet is renewed and replaced as part of a procurement process under an agreement with the United States. Canada announced policies with respect to these 18 Super Hornets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, Le Devoir sounded the alarm. Donald Trump wants to renegotiate NAFTA and get rid of the cultural exemption that's been protecting us for 30 years. This means there'll be nothing protecting our filmmaking, music, and culture from Walt Disney and the Netflix juggernauts. Even Lisa Frula is sounding the alarm, and ADISC says the Heritage Minister's intentions are still unclear. They'd like to know what the federal government's stand is on this. When you negotiate, you have to be clear. We all know that Donald Trump watches TV, and maybe he's watching right now. So will the minister say straight out, so the Americans hear it, The cultural exemption is not negotiable. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question and attention to this file. We, of course, recognize the importance of cultural contributions to society, and the NAFTA negotiations have not started, but we are ready for them. I'd like to remind my colleague that cultural diversity is at the heart of my mission, and that is why I'm working nationally and internationally to protect cultural diversity. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, several organizations in my riding are awaiting funding under the Skills Link program. But indications from the Minister's office aren't very encouraging. They can't even speculate about when an answer will be given to groups who filed their applications in July of last year. They're advising those whose projects were to start April 1st to use other funding sources first. What arrogance. These organizations need that funding now. When will the government be in a position to fund these projects?
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that these talks are ongoing, that the province and the federal government are in the midst, and we anticipate decisions to be made in the near future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of the Status of Women. Like many Canadians, residents from Oakville North Burlington watched with hope and optimism as Malala Yousafzai addressed our Parliament yesterday. Her dedication to girls' education and gender equality through such hardship is a testament not only to her character, but to what all women and girls, men and boys, are capable of. While we recognize it's a long road to ending gender-based violence throughout the world, I would like to know what we here in Canada are doing to end gender-based violence. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Oakville North Burlington for her ongoing leadership. Malala's story reminds us of why we need to work together to put an end to gender-based violence. That's why Budget 2017 put aside $100.9 million to do just that. We heard from survivors and experts from across the country, and our gender-based violence strategy is framed by 3 pillars: prevention, support for survivors and their families, and a responsive legal and justice system. Mr. Speaker, Malala is a living reminder of how one girl, one voice can make real change.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberals are trying to sell a flawed Canadian free trade agreement, but Canadians and producers are not buying. It does not eliminate interprovincial trade barriers and subsidies. It is not free trade. In fact, all that our Canadian craft brewers, distillers, and winemakers received from the Liberals was a crippling tax increase. The owner of Whippersnipper Brewery right here in Ottawa said he would be able to create more jobs if he had an open market. But the rules he has, he is so suppressed. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals ask the Supreme Court for clarification on Section 121 of the Constitution so we can finally, truly have free trade in Canada?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, landing a new interprovincial trade deal is no small achievement. We congratulate the federal and provincial governments for delivering on their commitment to complete a new free trade agreement as we celebrate our 150th year as a country. You know who said that, Mr. Speaker? Luke Harford, President of Beer Canada.
Oh. Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, shippers need to begin negotiating contracts for this fall's harvest. Unfortunately, they will be doing so in a climate of uncertainty. Once again, the Transport Minister is coming perilously close to allowing key provisions of the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act to sunset. These provisions are good for producers and good for our economy. They should be maintained. When will the minister introduce legislation to make these measures permanent?
Exactly. Honourable Minister of Transport.
I want to reassure my colleague that we've got this in hand. We've been working very hard with the shipping community, the farmers, with the railways in the past year with enormous amounts of consultation. We're very aware of the schedule, and we will be bringing forward modern freight rail legislation quite shortly. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my province of Saskatchewan, almost 10%
of all judicial appointments remain vacant. These vacancies have lingered since the Liberals were elected 18 months ago. The Chief Justice of Saskatchewan has been very clear, and let me quote, "Talk is cheap." We all know there's plenty of qualified candidates to fill these vacancies, yet the Justice Minister continues to stand by as accused murderers and even rapists go free. How many families will be denied justice before this minister finally does her job?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud to say that the government is walking the walk on this side of the House when it comes to judicial appointments. Our government has implemented an open, transparent, and merit-based appointments process. Since being elected, we have appointed 51 judges, including 22 deputy judges across the country. Under our merit-based appointments process, 60% of the judges named have been women. That's up 35% from the last government. In addition, Budget 2017 provides funding for 28 new judicial positions. We look forward to filling them with great dispatch, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Great news. Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
And while they dither, criminals go free. Absolutely. But those aren't the only vacancies that are going unfilled. The Chief Electoral Officer, the Lobbying Commissioner, and the Ethics Commissioner, now the Information Commissioner is retiring. And meanwhile, the Prime Minister is under investigation by the Privacy Commissioner, the Acting Commissioner of Lobbying, the Interim Commissioner of Official Languages, and the Acting Ethics Commissioner. Why is the Prime Minister so reluctant to make these appointments? Could it be that he's afraid of permanent oversight officers investigating him?
Exactly. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, exactly as we committed to Canadians, we introduced a new merit-based appointment process. These positions that Canadians fill are very important positions, and we take them very seriously. Within our merit-based appointment process, which is more open, transparent, there is diversity taken into consideration. The 2 official languages of our country are taken into consideration. We're looking at gender when we actually make these decisions. It's really important. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, all positions to apply are available online, and I encourage all Canadians to apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, my constituents were disappointed in the latest Liberal budget. There's nothing in it for the high-speed train. Meanwhile, the Minister of International Trade would have us believe that he's promoting it. The Minister of Transport keeps saying he's been studying the project since 2015. And the Finance Minister points to his infrastructure bank, which will line his cronies' pockets instead of guaranteeing affordable rates. Everyone from Quebec City to Windsor is asking, does the Liberal train even have a conductor? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that we're working on this file. In fact, we approved $3.3 million in Budget 2016 specifically to study the matter of a high-frequency train between Windsor and Quebec City. This is a file that we are very busily working on, and when we've completed the study, we'll be able to make a decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, 1 month ago, UNESCO warned that Wood Buffalo National Park might be put on the UN's World Heritage in Danger list. This would be an international embarrassment for Canada and for this Liberal government. UNESCO said that the Site C Dam in British Columbia shouldn't go ahead until a proper impact assessment is complete. In response, the Environment Minister said the report is a call to action, but we've had nothing but silence since then. What action will the Minister take to protect Canada's largest national park, and when will she finally take it?
Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for raising this very important issue. We do consider the UNESCO report a call to action. I met with Wood Buffalo to talk to them about how we can move forward. We understand that we need to be working also with the provinces to find a solution, and we are moving forward right now to do so.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, a new report reveals that the Prime Minister will take $130 million out of Alberta and BC this year by charging GST on top of their provincial carbon taxes. It's shocking. $130 million in federal taxes, despite the Prime Minister promising that carbon pricing would be revenue neutral for the federal government. Yet another broken promise that'll take more money out of the pockets of hard-working Canadians. Will the Prime Minister stop increasing taxes, keep his promises, and immediately eliminate this unfair tax on a tax?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I think it's important to consider the actions we've taken on taxes. We lowered taxes on middle-class Canadians as the very first thing that we did. We are committed to tax fairness, and that means we're going to think about Canadian families first. What we're going to do is continue with measures that are going to help families so that we can have a better economy. We know that that works. What we're seeing with the changes that we put in place is that our economy is becoming more resilient. We're seeing more jobs. And behind those jobs are families that are being more successful. This, Mr. Speaker, is what we're working towards in making our economy better.
Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are adding bigger deficits and Canadians are being taxed deeper and deeper in debt. The Prime Minister claimed that revenue from his carbon tax will stay in the provinces and territories where it was collected. Yet the GST on carbon tax goes to Ottawa.
That's right.
When will the Prime Minister get his story straight, come clean with Canadians, and not tax a tax to pay for his out-of-control spending?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we want to be clear that what we are working towards in all of the efforts that we put forward is improving the lives for middle-class Canadians, making our economy stronger. So as we think about taxes, what we're thinking about is how can we lower the impact on middle-class Canadians so that we can have a more optimistic sense of what they can achieve. That's helping to turn around our economy. We have more jobs being created, and we have a future that looks brighter as a result of the actions that we've taken in this regard in all of our measures.
A member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, during the last election, do you remember what the Prime Minister promised? Small, modest deficits.
You can't remember what he promised.
Since then, the Prime Minister has been nickel and diming Canadians by raising taxes and eliminating tax credits. This week, the Liberals tabled 300 pages of billions of dollars of new taxes and user fees on struggling Canadians, including increases for passports, fishing licenses, and permits for small businesses. How much more will these Liberals take out of the pockets of hard-working Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we care about hard-working Canadians. We care about putting Canadians to work. What you can see with the things that we've done is an enormous difference in our country. Over the last year, we have had 286,000 new jobs created in this country, 81% full-time. What I can say to the members across is behind every one of those jobs is a family that's more optimistic, a family that can help their family to be more confident about the future, and that is what's creating the growth in our economy that we need. We are focused on growth, we are focused on making our economy better, and it's working.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, a particularly important sector to my constituents in Alfred Pellan is the growing electric vehicle industry. My constituents want to contribute to our emission reduction goals and protect future generations. Can the Minister of Transport tell Canadians how he plans to further facilitate the use of electric vehicles across the country? The Honourable Minister of Transport. I'd like to thank my colleague for Alfred Pellan for his very good question. Canadians know that a strong economy and a clean environment go hand in hand, and that is why we're working actively to make Canada a leader in the area of green transportation. And in Budget 2017, we announced $120 million to create charging stations for electric vehicles, hydrogen vehicles, and natural gas vehicles. That's the type of thing that will help us meet our targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I've had the chance to travel coast to coast across Canada listening to young people, and they've told me that they want real action when it comes to the unemployment crisis they're facing. In the past year, 42,000 full-time youth jobs have been lost in this country. Instead of providing incentives to employers to create new jobs, however, Budget 2017 only provided money or incentives for existing jobs. Will the Minister of Youth finally listen to Canada's young people and quit attacking innovative employers who want to create new jobs? And will they equip them as the best equipped individuals in this country to give Canada's youth a second chance?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Speaker, that's exactly what we're doing as a government. We're equipping the youth for the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow, providing those opportunities in skills training, in apprenticeship, access to post-secondary education, co-op placements, work-integrated learning opportunities, and summer jobs, doubling the number of summer jobs that went 10 years under the last government without any investment. We're getting the job done for young Canadians.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, although many people may have overlooked it, Budget 2017 announced changes to the GST treatment of ride-sharing services. Could the Minister of Finance share the rationale behind this decision?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first thank the member from Brampton North for her question. As this House knows, we are focused on tax fairness for Canadians. We know that as the economy changes, we need to make sure that our tax system stays up to date. That's why in Budget 2017, we made sure that ride-sharing services and taxi services were at a level playing field. They both were subject to GST, HST, because that's the fair way to deal with this system.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this week I introduced Bill C-350, a bill identical to Bill C-561 put forward by former Liberal Justice Minister Irwin Cotler. This is good, nonpartisan legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, people being killed and having their organs taken. Will the Liberals do the right thing, regardless of the opinion of the Chinese government, and support this life-saving bill?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend my honourable colleague across the aisle for introducing the legislation. Of course, this government stands against harvesting of organs, and we look forward to studying this bill when it goes to committee and receiving a report back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Verchères, Les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, Quebec suppliers are already reeling from Lowe's takeover of Rona. Some have lost over 20% of their sales. It's dramatic. The Minister of Economic Development had the power to set conditions, but didn't. He had a duty to assess the net benefits of the transaction, but didn't. Instead, he rubber-stamped it. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about Quebec suppliers and Quebec jobs. Will the Minister of Economic Development finally admit he didn't do his job on the Rona file? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, we make sure that when we're looking at the file that we did the proper net economic benefit examination. And based on that, we were able to secure good quality jobs here in Canada, particularly in senior management positions. We were also able to secure the head office in Boucherville. And more importantly, this transaction will allow the company to be able to tap into global supply chains as well. This is good for Quebec, this is good for the economy, and this is good for job security, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Joliette.
No, member for Joliette. That's not what we're seeing, Mr. Speaker. With its mammoth omnibus bills, this government keeps breaking its promises. Last fall, it was Bill C-29. The government pulled a fast one on us. They shielded the banks from Quebec's consumer protection law. It was so well hidden that nobody noticed, except the Bloc Québécois. That was a close call. This spring, it's Bill C-44, and it's half again as big as C-29. This time round, where's the hidden catch?
La Ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Our budget will improve the situation of the middle class and will boost our economy. The steps taken in our budget will improve things. That's our approach. That's the way to improve things for our economy now. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, in a few minutes, the Liberal government is going to table its legislation to legalize marijuana. This will have more of an impact on the Quebec government than on the federal government. There are issues of public health, safety, education, economic development, agriculture, just to name a few. There's a whole host of issues that do not concern Ottawa. Will the government promise not to use marijuana as a way to encroach on Quebec's jurisdiction. The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, in recent months, I've been working closely with my counterparts, the health ministers. We've discussed a number of issues. We discussed legalizing cannabis, and we will continue to work hard together in a spirit of cooperation to protect the health and safety of Canadians.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. On February 16, 2017, a letter signed by all Indigenous members of Parliament was received by the Minister requesting that the name of Langevin Block be changed. This request was made because we believe that the building that houses the Prime Minister's office should not be named after a key architect of the devastating Indian residential school system. Could the Minister provide the House with an update as to the status of this request? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Well, Mr. Speaker, indeed the Minister did receive the letter, and I thank the member from Nunavut and his colleagues for their advocacy. As our government has said, there is no relationship more important to our government than the one with Indigenous peoples. Our government is fully committed to implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls for action, and this includes developing a reconciliation framework for Canadian heritage and commemoration, and any decision on this issue will be made, of course, in full partnership with Indigenous peoples.
This will conclude question period for today. I notice of a point of order, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report from the Library of Parliament that I would seek unanimous consent to table. It's a report that clearly shows that the carbon tax is not federally revenue neutral.
Does the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove have unanimous consent of the House to table this document? I'm not seeing any consent. Another point of order. The Honourable Member for Provencher on another point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order today. Earlier today during question period, when we questioned the Minister about the gag order placed on the RCMP and the CBSA and the Prime Minister's inaction on the issue of illegal migrants, the Minister of Public Safety referenced a report that would provide data that the RCMP and CBSA officials have been compiling. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, I know you couldn't get unanimous consent from the Liberals on tabling a report that the Honourable Minister had from here, but could you get unanimous consent on tabling the report that the Minister was referring to in his response?
I think the Honourable Member is seeking unanimous consent that a document be tabled by a minister. I'm not sure that we're into the realm of points of order, but more in the realm of debate. So I don't think we're really at a spot where we can request the unanimous consent. I do see the Honourable Member for Public Safety rising. Perhaps he could bring some clarification to the point.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated during question period, the statistics will be published very shortly, and I'll make sure the honourable gentleman gets a copy as soon as they're available.
We'll ask the honourable House Leader for the Opposition, the Honourable Opposition House Leader for the Thursday question.
This is Thursday. It is Thursday, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Feels like a Friday for some reason. I would like to ask the Government House Leader if she could let us know what we will be doing when we get back after our 2-week constituency break later on, I guess, early May. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, during the next 2 weeks, just like the Opposition House Leader has said, members of the House will be in their ridings, working hard for their constituents. Upon our return on Monday, May 1st, we will commence second reading debate of Bill C-44, the budget legislation for the week.
Also, Thursday, May 4th will be an Opposition Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank both the Opposition and Government House Leaders for their interventions. And now we'll go to tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mrs. Philpott, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Cannabis and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mrs. Philpott, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Offences Relating to Conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty, and other amendments. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports by interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today pursuant to Standing Order 34-1. I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the annual summer meeting of the Western Governors Association held in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, United States of America from June 12th to June 14th, 2016. The second concerns the annual summer meeting of the National Governors Association held in Des Moines, Iowa, United States of America, July 14th to 17th, 2016. And the third concerns the annual National Conference of the Council of State Governments held in Colonial Williamsburg, Virginia, United States of America, December the 8th to December the 11th, 2016. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates regarding the certificate of nomination of Patrick Bourbeil to the position of President of the Public Service Commission.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Finance entitled, quote, Canada's Housing Markets, Benefits, Barriers and Bringing Balance. Mr. Speaker, this study started with a motion to do a comprehensive study of issues surrounding the Canadian residential real estate market, and I will admit, if I could put it this way, it became a moving target with events happening fast in the market during our study. I therefore want to give a special thanks to the extraordinary effort put in by the analysts Diane Gowans and Florian Richard and their manager June DeWettering, as well as the clerk Susie Cadeau. And I also want to thank committee members from all parties and the witnesses for their efforts in getting this study done. Thank you.
I believe there's a dissenting opinion. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I have a dissenting opinion on the form and the content. I would like to congratulate the quality of the work of the people who helped us, including the clerk and other people. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling the dissenting report of the official opposition concerning the housing market in Canada. While the government is continuing to increase tax burdens on Canadians, it's more difficult for Canadians to save to make the biggest purchase of their lives. It's clear to us that the changes made to the mortgage rules last October had a negative effect on the housing market and the Canadian economy. It is now more difficult for buyers to get a mortgage, and these changes harm real estate brokers, the development industry, and purchasers. For all these reasons, the official opposition is presenting its dissenting report.
Présentation de rapport des comités.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Malcolmson, seconded by Ms. Quash, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001 and to provide for the development of a national strategy, the abandonment of vessels. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All three of Canada's coasts have been experiencing for decades now repeated calls from coastal communities and the repeated occurrence of the issue of abandoned vessels. These risk oil spills, they risk jobs in our community, aquaculture jobs, jobs in the commercial fishery, and there is a no man's land of jurisdiction, a hole in responsibility that has been identified. My predecessor, Jean Crowder, brought legislation to this House. In last February, more than a year ago, I tabled Bill C-219. Today, I rise to update that legislation in response to repeated calls from local government and the failure of the Liberal government to meet its 6-month deadline imposed by this Parliament to table solutions before this House. So together, let's end the runaround and name the Coast Guard the responsible agency to act on abandoned vessels. Let's fix vessel registration and get the costs off taxpayers. Let's build a coast-wide strategy in cooperation with provinces and municipalities. Let's act before vessels sink and spill oil by piloting a vessel turn-in program. And let's create good green jobs by supporting local marine salvage companies and recycling. This is built on the good work of many local government associations, Union of BC Municipalities in particular, and just this Sunday, its local chapter for Vancouver Island and the Sunshine Coast unanimously endorsed in an emergency resolution this bill. I'm grateful for the support. I look forward to the debate and this House's support for this long-standing marine pollution problem.
Hear, hear. Ms. Malcolmson, seconded by Ms. Quash, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Benson, seconded by Mr. Duval. Mr. Duval moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Old Age Security Act, Canada Pension Plan Payments. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first thank my colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain, for being the seconder of this bill. And not only is he our party's pension critic, but this bill was also introduced in the last Parliament by his predecessor, Chris Charlton. Sadly, there's still a dire need for a bill that will preserve the cost of living increase on the Canada Pension Plan for seniors living in poverty and the many more at risk of falling into poverty. The indexation of Canada Pension Plan was meant to be a safeguard against the cost of living outstripping a senior's income. Yet even a marginal increase in the CPP often means that the same amount is clawed back on the GIS, leaving many seniors no further ahead. The bill that I'm introducing today would prohibit any reduction in the guaranteed income supplement if the only change to one's income is as a result of CPP indexing. If the government is truly interested in bringing about real change for seniors, it will immediately adopt this bill into law, thereby allowing seniors' net income to keep pace with inflation. I hope that all members of this House will agree that this is the very least we can do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame Benson, appuyée par...
Ms. Benson, seconded by Mr. Duval, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet...
When shall this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine...
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Cannings, seconded by Mr. Stetsky, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Use of Wood. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my colleague from Kootenay, Columbia, for seconding the bill. This bill calls on the government to give preference to construction with wood when building infrastructure, balancing those decisions on the relative costs of various building materials and the savings in greenhouse gas emissions that those materials might produce. Mr. Speaker, designers of modern buildings too often do not think of wood when creating new infrastructure, and there are many reasons to consider wood. It would provide a boost to the Canadian forest industry that is looking to increase domestic product markets for their products. It would lower the carbon footprint of large buildings, and buildings made of mass wood products can be built more quickly than conventional buildings, and they are just as safe. And Canada is a world leader in the design and construction of wood buildings. I hope that this bill will promote the construction of many beautiful, clean, and safe buildings made from Canadian wood. Thank you.
Mr. Cannings, seconded by Mr. Stetsky, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. The honourable member for Selkirk. Oh, just a moment. Getting a little bit ahead of myself here. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves that Bill S-226, an act to provide for the taking of restrictive measures in respect of foreign nationals responsible for gross violations of internationally recognized human rights, and to make related amendments to the Special Economic Measures Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to table my colleague, Senator Raynell Andrzejczyk's bill S-226, Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials, the Sergei Magnitsky law, here in the House. Now, Sergei Magnitsky was a Moscow lawyer who had covered the largest tax fraud in Russian history. He was arrested, detained without trial, tortured, and murdered while he was in prison, and died on November the 16th, 2009. And it's in his memory that we bring forward this legislation. In May 2016, I tabled my own piece of legislation, Bill C-267, which was jointly drafted alongside Bill S-226. By working together, we've been able to expedite the legislative process. I believe that the Liberal government must do more than talk a game when it comes to human rights. It must take concrete action. And Bill S-226 will make the amendments, as you've already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, by imposing more sanctions on foreign kleptocrats and on violators of human rights, as well empower Parliament in both the Senate and the House through their Foreign Affairs Committees by giving them the power to review and report on how the Special Economic Measures Act and Refugee Protection Act is working, and review the list and make recommendations on who should be sanctioned. Now, corrupt foreign officials who continually abuse human rights and disregard international law have been using Canada as a safe haven. This must stop. Already, the United States, Estonia, European Parliament, and the UK have already adopted Magnitsky-style legislation on a global basis. We have to work in concert with our allies, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that there are mechanisms in place to sanction individuals who are responsible or complicit in gross violations of international human rights or abusing their positions of authority. This legislation has already been studied in the Senate and by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, with both recommending its implementation. The Liberals' policy of normalization and appeasement to Russia and Iran and others isn't working and must stop. It's time for the government to do the right thing and support this legislation and sanction corrupt foreign officials.
Hear, hear.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I have a number of petitions that have been waiting to be presented to the House by keen Canadians. The first one is by 8,425 Canadians from across the country who are calling on the Government of Canada. This is an electronic petition calling on the Government of Canada to withdraw all support for Bill C-27, an act to amend the Pensions Benefit Standards Act. And the Minister of Finance has tabled in order to amend the Pension Benefit Standards Act 1985 and to remind the current Liberal government of their promise to help Canadians realize their goal of secure retirement. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians asking for Parliament to deliver the government to deliver the promise to reform the Canadian electoral system, to end the first-past-the-post before the next election, adopt fair proportional voting system, so that the Parliament of Canada could actually reflect how electors vote. The third is from Edmontonians asking on the government to comply with the historic ruling by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to fund systemic shortfalls in the First Nation child welfare and end the systemic discrimination against First Nation children.
Hear, hear.
The final one, Mr. Speaker, is from Edmontonians asking this government to cease continuing the Harper cuts to health care and to step up and defend universal public health care for all Canadians.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at Camping Domain Chartrand in Lefebvre, Ontario. It's located in the pristine peninsula in the Ottawa River in the riding of Glengarry, Prescott, Russell. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time employees year-round be treated and taxed as small businesses.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table e-petition 627, childhood cancer, submitted by my constituent, Wayne Riel. 4,641 signatories have shared their concern and passion for increasing the supports available to children with pediatric cancer. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the Algoma passenger rail service is still off the rails, and therefore I continue to get petitions to the Minister of Transport. The petitioners are basically indicating how much substantial hardships it has been for residents, businesses, and other passengers. The petitioners are from Sault Ste. Marie, Echo Bay, Goulet River, and Hilton Beach. Mr. Speaker, the rail used to get $2.2 million investment from the federal government, and now and that investment actually netted $48 million a year. So you can see how difficult it has been for the communities in those areas. They've also indicated that alternate ways of access are not reliable, safe, year-round, or non-existent, and that the few industrial roads are only maintained when and if industries need them. They are not for public use. So the petitioners are calling on the government to put the Algoma passenger train back in service and to ensure the mission of Transport Canada be fulfilled. Thank you, Mr.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton, Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand today with this petition that states, whereas hospice palliative care is an approach that improves the quality of life of patients and their families facing the problems associated with life-threatening illness, through the prevention and relief of suffering by means of early identification and assessment and treatment of pain and other problems, physical, psychological, and spiritual. And hospice palliative care provides relief from pain and other distressing symptoms, affirms life regarding dying as a normal process, and intends neither to hasten nor postpone death. And whereas hospice palliative care is not specifically mentioned in the Canada Health Act and is not accessible and available to all Canadians, we, the undersigned residents of Canada, request the House of Commons in Parliament assembled to specifically identify hospice palliative care as a defined medical service covered under the Health Canada Act, so that provincial and territorial governments will be entitled to funds under the Health Canada transfer system to be used to provide accessible, available hospice palliative care for all residents of Canada in their respective provinces and territories.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present a petition on behalf of residents in the Cowichan Valley on beautiful Vancouver Island in British Columbia who recognize that climate change is resulting in lower water flows in the Cowichan River, which is posing a threat to fish and fish habitat, both of which fall under federal jurisdiction. Now, the Cowichan River has a Cowichan River Weir up at Lake Cowichan, and that is responsible for maintaining adequate flow rates in the summer to ensure that healthy populations can survive in the river. And therefore, the petitioners call on this federal government to recognize its jurisdiction in these important areas, recognize that the Cowichan River is an important heritage and index river for British Columbia, and to provide the necessary funding to raise the weir to make sure that drought does not happen anymore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present two petitions. The first addressing gender-based violence, and it's very appropriate with yesterday's visit from Malala. It highlights that ultrasounds are being used to tell the sex of the unborn child. So if it's a girl, the pregnancy can be terminated. It highlights that there are over 200 million girls missing in the world due to the use of sex selection, and they're calling upon this Parliament to condemn discrimination against girls occurring through sex selection. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in regards to vehicular homicide. The petition sadly informs the House that 22-year-old Cassandra Collias was tragically killed by a drunk driver, person who chose to drive while impaired. Families for Justice are Canadians who have lost a loved one killed by an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They want the crime to be called what it is, vehicular homicide. They call on the Prime Minister to honor his letter to support legislation to condemn this. And it also highlights that 1,200 Canadians are killed every year by a drunk driver. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish yourself and all members of this House a wonderful, blessed Easter, as we remember the great love and sacrifice of Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. La députée de Beloeil-Chamblay.
The honourable member for Beloeil-Chamblay. Thank you.
Petition E516 on behalf of Mothers Offering Mutual Support, calling upon the Minister of Public Safety to conduct a full review of the use of ion scanners in prisons and explore alternative measures of keeping drugs out of prison, given the extremely high rates of false positives, the impact that has on rehabilitation of inmates as it causes problems with visits from family and friends, and we know that that's an important component to rehabilitation and consequently to ensuring public safety. And so I'm very pleased to work with them and to table this petition on their behalf here today. Thank you.
That's it. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I'm here to present a petition from constituents right across Ontario calling upon the Minister of Finance to ensure that family-run campgrounds are granted active business status similar to other tourism operators such as hotels, motels, marinas, in order for campground owners to be able to claim the small business tax deduction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present petitions signed from Canadians from Westlock in my riding. These petitioners are concerned that assisted suicide creates new opportunities and occasions of abuse against seniors, disabled people, and other socially vulnerable people. As such, these petitioners call on the House of Commons to adopt the strongest possible legislation against the legalization of euthanasia and/or assisted suicide and establish a robust national strategy on palliative care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order. I see the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, rising on a point of order.
Point of order, yes.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on Monday evening, I submitted a request for emergency debates to the Chair, and the normal process would be that request for emergency debate would be considered during requests for emergency debate, which is the following day typically that happens on Tuesday. However, because of various motions that took place on Tuesday, because of an order set out changing the normal rules on Wednesday, I did not have a chance to move that motion for an emergency debate. Now, the standing orders, as I read them, are quite clear. They do not prescribe a maximum amount of time for that prior notice. They only prescribe a minimum time. You must provide a letter to the Speaker at least an hour before that motion is moved, and then the member will then have an opportunity to move during requests for emergency debate that request. And I have a letter in asking for an emergency debate with respect to the crisis in Syria. Now, today would be the first available opportunity after I sent that letter to move the request for emergency debates. There has been no period of requests for emergency debate since that letter was placed on Monday. There is nothing in the standing orders to describe a maximum period of notice, be it 24 hours, be it the day before, be it anything else. So I think given the standing orders, I should have the opportunity now for requests for emergency debate to move forward with the request for emergency debate with respect to the situation in Syria as per the letter that I sent to the Speaker on Monday. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park for his point of order. Indeed, as the member may be aware, a member who wishes to, and this is quoting from O'Brien and Bosk at page 690, under initiating debate in respect to special debates pertaining to emergency debates, in fact, members wishing to move the adjournment of the House to discuss a specific and important matter requiring urgent consideration must give the Speaker written notice of the matter he or she wishes to propose for discussion at least 1 hour prior to rising in the House to make the formal request. In respect to the member's request, it's noted that the member did submit the request at an earlier time. In fact, the House was not in a position to accept that request for debate, for emergency debate, as routine proceedings had not completed at that time. Therefore, the member would be obliged then to take up another request of this kind to resubmit his request for said emergency debate. And therefore, the request for emergency debate, in the fact that notice had not been given in the last hour, or at least an hour prior to today's consideration of routine proceedings, we're not in a position to receive the request for emergency debate. Of course, the honourable member will have, at the first occasion, the opportunity to do so the next time we have routine proceedings, which will be on Monday, May the 1st, I believe that is, at the ordinary time for routine proceedings, and he can get his request in prior to 1 hour before routine proceedings that day, which will occur typically after a question period. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour. Question de privilège.
Government orders. Question on privilege. In the name of Mr. Nadeau. Standing also in the name of Mr. Kiski on the sub-amendments.
On the question, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill had 11.5 minutes remaining in the time for her remarks, plus the time for questions and comments that will follow. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great privilege to speak on a point of privilege, a motion of privilege. Before question period today, I finished my remarks talking about how the sub-amendment which has been moved in this House is to address this question of privilege by having it take precedence at the Proc Committee. So I would like to spend the remainder of my time trying to persuade some of my colleagues here on the import of supporting this particular sub-amendment. Right now at the Proc Committee, I believe that the Proc Committee is looking at an issue that should definitely be punted to the side in terms of the importance of this particular motion of privilege. So what is the Proc Committee looking at right now? As I mentioned earlier, the government House Leader has introduced some marching orders on behalf of the Prime Minister to unilaterally change the rules of Parliament, which would effectively and permanently shut down Parliament on Fridays. It would allow the Prime Minister to only be accountable to this place for 45 minutes per week. and it would also permanently curtail my voice, the voice of others who are sitting here, in terms of the amount of time and the different mechanisms at their disposal to raise the issues that their constituents bring to them. The reason why this, I believe that PROC started looking at this particular issue on March 22nd, and that meeting has extended until today, is because regardless of political stripe in this House, we feel that nobody should be able to change the rules such that it makes it more convenient for the Prime Minister to push an agenda forward. My colleague from Chilliwack earlier today talked about how these seats don't belong to us, they belong to the people of Canada. Exactly. And our role here is to hold the government to account in its legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, that of course means that many of us aren't going to agree with government legislation. Sometimes we might. But our purpose here is to come up with policy instruments that are in the best interests of all Canadians, which is why this place exists. This is why debate exists. Each of us are elected by people to stand here and debate legislation. Now, what these marching orders from the government House Leader would do is that they would make they would permanently curtail our ability to do that because the Prime Minister sees this place as an inconvenience. Earlier today, I noted that the key difference between us and dictatorships like China is that we actually have the ability to push back and hold the government to account. This place here is Canadian democracy, and if you take away our ability to utilize the rules of democracy, you're actually fundamentally changing the tenets of Canadian democracy, which we don't support. So some of the things that are in these marching orders, and again, PROC has become a tool of the Prime Minister's office. So instead of the committee itself becoming a master of its own domain, it's taking orders from the Prime Minister's office. Some of the things that are in here, and it's very Orwellian newspeak. The term modernizing the standing orders, I find that hilarious. Basically what they're trying to do is permanently take away my right to speak for my constituents, and every other, even liberal backbenchers will lose their ability to hold the government to account. That's not modernization. That's called a dictatorship. That's called a dictatorship. Thank you to my colleague from Lethbridge. She filled in the blank for me on that one. So here's some of the things that I find absolutely crazy. Listen to this line. Decisions must be made after a reasonable amount of debate. Well, the government doesn't get to decide what a reasonable amount of debate is. The people of Canada get to decide what a reasonable amount of debate is by electing us. The Prime Minister can't unilaterally change the rules of Parliament to decide what that is. That is a function of Parliament. Societal changes have brought about the need to ensure greater predictability in the House, to ensure that members have better balance, and to encourage underrepresented segments of society to seek elected office. I don't understand how curtailing the amount of debate time that each of us who've been elected here have would achieve better quote-unquote balance. Maybe I take that as the Prime Minister wants to work less. Yeah. That's better balance to me. Like taking Fridays off seems a little crazy, but to encourage underrepresented society to seek elected office. I'm not sure who would want to seek elected office after we've all had the ability to rise and speak per the rules of this House after that's been taken away. So this is why what's happening at PROC is so ridiculous. Even under previous Liberal governments, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien utilized a mechanism by which all parties had to have consensus on any rule change, because we realized that while we may disagree vociferously on matters of public policy, we all agree that Canadian democracy has to function by some standard framework of rules that can't be unilaterally changed by the dictator that is this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I found in here was that the Prime Minister's office said the ringing of bells and taking of recorded divisions is a time-consuming exercise. So I don't know if my colleagues are laughing. So what they've said in this paper is that being summoned to vote on legislation is somehow this inconvenience. For anyone who might be watching this debate, that's kind of our job. That's what we get paid to do, is when the bell rings, we get to stand up and vote. That's but they want to change that somehow, Mr. Speaker. They say that allowing the House to agree to sit beyond the dates of adjournment and to sit longer dates. There are things in here. Like, I'm just reading through this, and just every time I look through this craziness, I wonder why the government is doing this. I had a note passed to me just to explain for people who are listening what PROC means. This is the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that examines these types of changes, and they're also this committee is also tasked with looking at motions of privilege. The Liberals tried to do this last year, Mr. Speaker. We all remember the infamous Motion 6, where the government tried to change the standing orders unilaterally, and the only reason that motion failed was that the House of Commons got so heated over our rule changes that the Prime Minister elbowed somebody in a fistfight here in the House of Commons. So what I wonder is, instead of wasting all of this time, Mr. Speaker, on trying to change the rules to make Parliament less democratic, why the government can't just get on with the business of governing this country. I mean, Canadians must be watching the Prime Minister trying to make his job easier and just say, just do your job. That's what we're paying you to do. But no, here we are today. You know, I had one of my colleagues who sits on the PROC committee tells me, there's many of them who are here today, tell me that I think it was last night, one of the Liberal members on this committee stood up and just said, I don't understand why you're doing this. This is just such a waste of time. Why are you doing this? Because for the Liberal Party of Canada, Parliament is a waste of time. What we do here when we stand up and oppose their tax hikes, their justice legislation that waters down the rights of victims to seek justice, all of these sorts of things, they feel that that is a waste of time because they just want to push their agenda through. Now, my colleagues opposite will not agree with my position on many issues, as I don't agree with them. But what we do here matters. This debate matters. And this is why you'll see members from the NDP party, or the NDP, from the Bloc, the Green Party, all stand up and say, in unison, this is important. In fact, the member from Malpeque, who is a Liberal member, said the same thing in debate. You know, I don't have time to read his whole quote, but he said, however, this place is called the House of Commons for a reason. It's not the House of Cabinet or the House of PMO. Protecting the rights of members in this place, whether it is opposition members in terms of the stance they are taking, is also protecting the rights of other members here who are not members of Cabinet or the government. He is recognizing that the fact that Liberal members who are not part of the executive, who are not Cabinet ministers, have to stand up and have the right to oppose or hold the government to account. This isn't a partisan issue. This is Canadian democracy, Mr. Speaker. And so every time, when this motion comes forward, when the sub-amendment comes forward, anybody who votes against it is voting against that principle, that fundamental principle that there should be unanimity among parties before we change the rules, because it's a check and balance on us. And again, going back to the member of Chilliwack's comment, these aren't our chairs, they're the people of Canada's chairs. Ergo, we cannot unilaterally change the rules of Parliament without the consent of the people of Canada, which this government does not have. They do not have it. And that is why this motion of privilege should take precedence at the PROC committee, Mr. Speaker. I want to make a point. There have been some people who said, oh, you know, the Conservative Party invoked time allocation on so many bills, and we did. And I take responsibility for that. And you know what? Canadians held us to account for that in the last election. That was an election issue. You guys invoked time allocation on many bills. And for those of you who are listening, time allocation it's allowed in the standing orders to actually put a time limit on debate, but there was a political cost to doing that. What the Liberals want to do here is unilaterally change the rules so they don't have to be held to account by Canadians for curtailing debate on bills. Yes. The Liberals should have to stand up every single time they invoke time allocations and say, this is why we're invoking time allocation. Every single time we did that, we were able to say, this budget bill needs to pass. We feel that debate has been done. The opposition was able to stand up and the media and say, no, it's not done. And that discussion occurred. Even in this marching order paper that the House Leader has talked about, there's actually a quote in it that says that somehow that discussion that, opposition parties and media are able to talk about how invoking time allocation is a bad thing, like we should take that out. No, that's democracy. What happens here we should all be held to account for. And every single person in this place, cabinet minister or not, should first and foremost prioritize the rights of Canadians to have their voices heard through elected members of parliament. And that is why this discussion is so important here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the heart of this debate is, if you read the motions and the rulings that are tied to that original motion, is a point of privilege that was raised by a member who was on a bus when the bells were ringing, and because of the way security detail was leaving the Hill, that bus was blocked, and that person failed to get to the House to vote, which I think we all agree, because I certainly was here in the last term of Parliament when the same thing occurred to a member of the New Democrats. That is a significant and serious issue. I don't think you find any debate on that on this side of the House. What we are also now hearing is this now being linked to a debate that's happening in another committee, not on a motion or a bill or an act by the government that's being proposed by anybody in the government bench, but simply a discussion paper on how to change some of the rules in this House to make sure that people don't get stuck on buses and miss their votes, which is the fundamental principle to which the member just spoke. So when we seek to have a conversation about modernizing Parliament, and when we seek to protect people's privilege in that, and I respect the opposition for fighting for their rights as hard as they're fighting, that's their job and that's their privilege in this House, but when we're trying to fix that situation where somebody with the intent to vote, the intent to represent their constituents, the intent to get to the Hill is prevented from doing so because of a process that was developed 2 centuries ago around how to notify people about votes, and 9 times out of 10, it's a text you get telling you to vote, not a bell you hear in your office. It's a light that flashes, not the bell that actually gets you here. When we're trying to modernize Parliament, why are the members opposite not talking about how to fix that bus being stuck and protect people's privilege? Because that's actually what's on the floor of the House today, not all the other stuff we just heard about for the last 10 minutes.
Great. Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Number one, I absolutely and unilaterally reject my colleague's newspeak in the use of the word modernization. What he is saying is that he supports the PMO's dictatorial approach to unilaterally ram down the throats of parliamentarians, changes to Canadian democracy. Second, Mr. Speaker, I reject my colleague's premise because it was the Prime Minister's office and the Liberal Party that tried to shut down debate on the original motion. And it's the second point of privilege that we are debating, that the Speaker of the House of Commons called unprecedented. So the premise of his question is false. And third, the reason why it's so important for us to get here to vote is, let's say that there was a bill that, I don't know, gave Bombardier subsidies to a company out east, government subsidies, because a member of Parliament in the Liberal Party would like to make it easier for him to get re-elected by not allowing Billy Bishop Airport to have jets. I would argue that it's very important for us to get here and vote, and I'm quite here to pleased to stand here and continue to debate that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'm happy to see that she corrected the parliamentary secretary, because if he had attended the whole debate, he would have seen that we restarted the debate after the government attempted to end it on the question of privilege.
Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families and Children.
The member opposite just referenced when I have been and have not been in this House by suggesting that I have not been following this debate. There is more than one way to follow a debate. One can follow it in the back by television, in the offices. That's why the bells ring. And I fundamentally ask the Speaker to correct the record and that we're not to reference the presence or absence of members in the House. And that is a privilege which I would hope all parties agree to and all parties respect.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention. He is, in fact, correct. And I must confess that I didn't pick up on the member for Beloit-Chambly's commentary in that respect. But indeed, members are not permitted, in fact, to make reference to the absence or presence of members in the chamber. There is a long history of practice and convention in that regard, and I'd ask the honourable member,
I would ask the honourable member for Beloit-Chambly to avoid that kind of suggestion. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beloit-Chambly. Is this debate or questions or comments? Excuse me. That's right. The time for this is questions and comments for the member for Calgary Nose Hill. The honourable member for Beloit-Chambly may ask his question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't talking about the presence of the member here. I was talking about his mischaracterization of the substance of the debate. The Speaker issued a ruling, as my colleague for Calgary Nose Hill explained so well. The ruling said that it was unprecedented that a question of privilege debate was ended in this way. And the parliamentary secretary, in his speech last Tuesday, he boasted about this so-called conversation or discussion that the government wanted to have. So my question or my comment for my colleague, and I'd like to know what she thinks about this, is the link between access to the Hill so that we can do our jobs, and the link between that and the fact that the government doesn't want to debate this question of privilege, and finally the very important connection between this privilege and what's going on at PROC. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question.
With him in saying that my colleague opposite did mischaracterize the debate, because the motion that we're debating right now is the fact that the government, in an unprecedented move in Canadian history, we're going to be celebrating Canada's 150th birthday this year. This is the first time we've had to discuss this. The government tried to shut down debate on a motion of privilege without a vote. That is exactly what happened, and I think he missed that point. So that is a fair, I think that, my colleague wants me to comment on this. To any Canadian who's watching this today, they should be affronted and absolutely taken aback that the government tried to shut down debate on something that is as fundamental to Canadian freedom as a question of a member of Parliament's privilege, Mr. Speaker. It's actually, my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton calls it draconian, and she's absolutely right. So, while my Liberal colleagues are going, oh my gosh, why is this happening? I can't believe that we're having this debate. It's such a, why are we even debating this? Oh, I just need to go home. No, we have to be here and we have to be debating these issues because it's how Canada works. And it will be over the dead bodies and over the fight of every single opposition party in this place before we allow the Prime Minister of Canada to use this place as some sort of convenient audience before he goes to Broadway to have a selfie taken. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And 99% of the things that I just heard from the member I thought were most inappropriate in the sense that she attempts to come across as a defender of democracy. And, Master Speaker, I'm sorry to disappoint the member, but on so many accounts, the member is wrong. This is an issue of a matter of privilege. I had the opportunity to debate issues of this nature, unfettered access to the Parliament precincts. We've seen this occur in the past. For the member to try to give the impression that today's debate is about unfettered access and listen to the debates that have taken place, I have listened to the debates thoroughly. And it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives, working with their brothers and sisters in the New Democratic Party, and it's great to see the two parties getting along so nicely, Mr. Speaker. Great to see. But just because they're all around giving hugs and giving high fives and feeling good about their relationship, Mr. Speaker, doesn't mean that what is actually taking place in PROC is all about a discussion on reforming and having a modern parliament. I get it. They're having a difficult time with that issue, Mr. Speaker. But my question to the member is, this motion What this is all about is unfettered access. That is the privilege issue. That was the motion that was being moved. Why wouldn't the Conservatives and the NDP want to see it ultimately come to a vote?
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, I'm sure much to my colleague's chagrin, I'm debating the sub-amendment which says that this particular issue should take precedent at the Proc Committee, where the Proc Committee has been sitting for hours pushing back against this government's attempt to unilaterally change the rules of democracy. Now, if my colleague opposite says that it's me who's trying to push back on this, that somehow I'm at fault for this. No, it's the people of Canada who are represented by myself and every single other person in this place that are standing up here and saying, this is wrong. We're not going to stand up for this. You know, I could read quote after quote after quote from the Member of Parliament. In fact, I'm going to start having that on my desk. Of the numerous times when he was in opposition that he stood up and railed against time allocation, that somehow this was an affront to democracy, and woe is me, Mr. Speaker. And now he stands up when he has to defend a Prime Minister who's changing the rules of Parliament. That's the epitome of hypocrisy. That's disgusting. And with a daughter in the legislature of Manitoba, for him to stand up and defend this vile tripe is probably one of the worst things that I've seen in my history as a parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker. So we will stand up here. We will continue to push back against this utter garbage, and Canadians will take note, and they will pay in the next election.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise today and speak about this important privilege motion, and to share some of my thoughts with the government, with other members here, with you, and with those watching at home. Now, I think it's important because there are many issues that are live in this conversation to set the stage a little bit in terms of what we're discussing and why it is so critically important. We're in the midst of this pitch battle between the government and the opposition in this place. And it's not a partisan fight, it's a battle between government and a united opposition. And a united opposition that on the issues that we're dealing with respect to procedure, that includes not just the Conservatives and the New Democrats, but also the Bloc and the Green Party. We don't always agree, these four opposition parties. But when we're talking about the fundamental rights of the opposition and the integrity of our parliamentary institutions, then there are times when we do come together to challenge the abuses that are being proposed by the government, especially by the Prime Minister and the Government House Leader. But the context of this discussion is a particular privilege motion, and here's what happened. We had an important vote that was taking place in the House of Commons here on Budget Day, and there were a number of members that were trying to get here for the budget vote. They were prevented from doing so because of some issues for security. They were told that it had to do with the Prime Minister's motorcade, and they were thus unable to vote. And it's a very important principle of this institution that members of Parliament ought to have unfettered access to the parliamentary precincts. It is so fundamental to our job that we be able to be here to vote, but in general, that we be able to access Parliament in order to do our job. And when there are things that are happening that prevent a member from accessing parliamentary precincts, therefore prevent them from doing their job, that is by definition an issue of privilege. So this issue was raised, and it was recognized by the Speaker to be a prima facie case of privilege. And that opens then a debate on the question of privilege, which is supposed to then lead to a vote and then referral to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. But of course, another piece of context is that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is in the midst of a discussion about the government's desire to unilaterally impose standing order changes on the House of Commons. The Government House Leader put forward a discussion paper which contains a variety of different ideas, most of which marshal in the direction of strengthening the relative power of the government in the House, not just the power of the government over the opposition, but also the power of the government relative to individual members of Parliament, be they on the government backbenches or on the opposition side. Now, this was proposed as an issue to study at Proc, and quite, I think, wisely, we had a member who's name I can, Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, put forward a motion to have a requirement in the context of that study that there be unanimity on changes that go forward. The principle being that if we're going to change the underlying substructure of democracy, the rules that shape how decisions are made, then it's important that all parties agree on them, because we don't want to set a precedent where the government gets to make unilateral changes to the way our democracy works to their advantage. And I think government members could understand that this would be a problem, because they're not going to be in government forever. And one day, hopefully after the next election, but one day, certainly, they will be in the opposition, and we, or perhaps somebody else, will be in government. And it is not in their interests, or in the interests of this institution, to establish a precedent by which a government, any government, could make unilateral changes to the way our system works that would work to their own advantage. So this was the context in terms of the study that was happening at PROC and the ongoing discussion about the Conservative amendment. And it was an amendment that was supported by all opposition parties. And we are, as the rules allow for us to do, we are doing the important work of talking that amendment out to ensure that the government is not in a position to rush forward with unilateral changes. And while we raise these concerns about the government making unilateral changes, we see continuing actions of the government which contribute to, unfortunately, bad faith, because we have this discussion going on of the question of privilege in the House, and then they realize, oh, we don't want this question of privilege going to PROC directly in a way that was envisioned by the amendment put forward, because if it were to do so, this would supersede the discussion of the standing orders. And because the government is eager to make unilateral changes to the standing orders without allowing a meaningful voice for the opposition, they do not want this question of privilege to go to the committee in a way that supersedes the existing piece of committee business that's being discussed. So they came up with what they thought was an ingenious strategy, I'm sure, to circumvent the way privilege motions are supposed to work. And they did something that the Speaker acknowledged in a subsequent ruling was without precedence. They tried to adjourn or end the debate on the question of privilege without a vote on it. They wanted to simply remove the discussion of this important question of members having access to the House of Commons. They wanted to do away with that question without even voting on it. And then at the same time, they had a member at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee move a motion to say, okay, well, we'll do a study of this question of privilege from the House, but we're going to do it at some point in the future. And this was their way of trying to take the heat off them in the House, and then also, in the context of that committee, try and continue to force through the changes they want to the standing orders. And there's a few important points to recognize about this, Mr. Speaker. One of them is that this is a failed strategy because it assumes that at some point the opposition is going to give up with respect to the resistance we're providing at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And I can tell you quite confidently that no member on this side of the House has any interest in giving up that important fight for the integrity of our institutions. We have had a number of members speak so far at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, but there are many members who have many things to say that have not yet spoken and, in fact, are eager to speak. Ironically, that in the midst of a discussion that's gone on for so long, you'd expect us to be running out of speakers, but Conservatives, New Democrats, other members of the opposition are eager to continue to bring forward these arguments. Last night and this morning, I spoke for about 6 hours, and I have many, many more things to say that I look forward to bringing forward to the committee, and I know there are other members who are in the same situation. So we are not backing down on this point of the integrity of our democratic institutions and the way in which standing order changes are made. But nonetheless, the government thought they were clever by doing something totally without precedent, which was to adjourn a debate on a privilege motion without a vote. And this further contributed to the bad faith that exists here, the concern that we have that the government simply cannot be trusted when it comes to preserving our institutions. Now, what happened after that is what got us into this subsequent discussion of privilege, which was a point of privilege raised by another member, pointing out what had happened and saying that it was inappropriate, that it was a violation of privilege for the government to end the debate on the previous question of privilege in the manner that they did without a vote. And the Speaker, quite wisely, I think, ruled that it was not appropriate for the debate to simply end at that point, that did not replace the possibility of a motion discussing this brought forward at committee did not replace the very important discussion that was happening, that needs to happen in the House of Commons, followed by a vote in the House of Commons, which then goes to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. So now we're back into this point. We're back into this point of discussing this important privilege issue. And yes, it speaks to the issue of members having unfettered access to the House. I think in principle, in theory, everyone says yes. Members of Parliament should have unfettered access to the parliamentary precincts. They should be able to vote. But what's happening here is we have a government that is more interested in pushing aside these vital points of discussion because they want to take advantage of the opportunity that they think they have to make unilateral changes to the standing orders that would work to the advantage of the government. So what we're saying very clearly through this motion, but also through an amendment we put forward, is that this privilege motion is vital. It needs to be addressed here in this House. After that, it needs to go to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, where it needs to be studied, and it needs to take priority, because this is an urgent question. We are voting quite often in this place because of the current circumstances with unfortunately, the failure of the government House Leader to work constructively with the opposition around the standing orders. We're in a situation where we're having frequent and relatively unpredictable votes. So it's very important, right now, in the present time, that we ensure that members have the access they need to the House of Commons. Now, that's a position that we take very seriously. And there can be a discussion in terms of changes to the standing orders. In the context of my remarks thus far at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, I think I've talked for a total of about 16 hours at that committee. And I've frankly barely scratched the surface in terms of the kinds of prospective changes I think could be made to the standing orders. I've actually put out a lot of different ideas for the kinds of changes that we might see. But though the discussion of those changes has to happen in the context of an acceptance of the principle of consensus, that we would work together among parties to identify things that would actually improve the functioning of our institutions, that we could bring those forward, and that those would then get support and we could get them done. But first we need to deal with the privilege question, and then we need to have an amendment pass, the amendment that we had proposed, that has the agreement of all the opposition, to ensure that the government is not making unilateral changes that undermine the health of our institutions, unilateral changes which put all of the power in the hands of the small group on the front bench of the government. So these are the things we need to do. We need to address this privilege question. We need to support it. We need to move it to committee. And we need to, at the same time, move to a framework in which political parties are cooperating. I think we're all better off when parties can work together. But that can only happen if we have serious responses from the government with regard to our concerns about unilateral action, and we don't see the kinds of efforts they've put forward to change our institutions, and the, frankly, very disingenuous arguments that they've brought forward for them. Now, it's hard to make sense of the arguments that are coming from the government on standing orders issues, because they reference a mandate from Canadians, they reference the platform they ran on in the last election. Of course, the platform hasn't been an impediment for them to do things that they had previously said they wouldn't do before. It's interesting how selectively they apply it. But nonetheless, there were two things in the platform that dealt with things that may in some sense have a relationship to the standing orders. One is this idea of having a Prime Minister's question period where the Prime Minister answers all the questions. The other deals with omnibus bills. Now, as we've seen, it is not outside of the scope of the standing orders as they presently exist for the Prime Minister to at least stand up after every opposition question is posed. I didn't say answer or respond to, but certainly stand up after each opposition question has been posed. There's nothing to prevent that. In fact, there is nothing in the standing orders to prescribe which member of the Cabinet responds to which question. To today we had questions about the legalization of marijuana that were answered by the Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Now, I'm not aware about what the impact of marijuana use has on climate change. Maybe there's something out there I don't know about the carbon footprint there. But there's nothing in the standing orders to say that the minister responsible for a particular file has to answer it. A member of the government is seen as speaking for the government in response to questions. So it would actually be quite unusual for the standing orders to prescribe that a particular member of the government responds to questions. And if you put in the standing orders that the Prime Minister has to answer questions every Wednesday, it actually creates some problems in the event that we would accept on this side of the House that there would be certain times when the Prime Minister, because of international travel or special meetings, couldn't be in the House for, let's say, a week at a time. So perhaps if there's a situation where he can't get back here for legitimate reasons, let's say he's stuck on an island somewhere and there's no commercial travel available, how would he get back? So these are the kinds of situations that may arise if you narrowly prescribe in the standing orders exactly who must answer what questions when. But if the Prime Minister wants to answer all of the questions every Wednesday, well, we haven't seen that yet, but if he wants to stand up after every question on Wednesday, he's certainly welcome to do so. That doesn't require standing order changes. Now, omnibus legislation, again, it's entirely within the purview of the government to decide what kind of legislation they bring forward. Now, they brought forward a Budget Implementation Act, which is over 300 pages and makes amendments to over 20 statutes. Now, it's interesting, if you look at the discussion paper coming from the government House Leader, it no longer says what the Liberals had previously said. It no longer says that they would cease to bring in omnibus bills. It only says that they would end the inappropriate use of omnibus legislation. Now, it's hard to understand how what principal difference there is between their version of the appropriate use and what they described as inappropriate use at previous times. Now, I said in committee earlier today that I think omnibus legislation should be used conservatively in both senses of the term. This government is using omnibus legislation liberally in both senses of the term. And they have not in any way offered a clear way of distinguishing between the two. But in any event, if we're going to talk about standing order or prospective standing order changes that have some relationship to the commitments that the Liberals made in and before the election, those are the two we can talk about. Prime Minister's questions, which in some sense they've started to implement, it clearly not requiring changes to the standing orders.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on a point of order.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker, and I truly do appreciate the level of interest on the standing orders in the discussion paper, and I really would love to see PROC have that discussion. Having said that, I do not believe that the member, and I've been somewhat lenient in rising on a point of order, and I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that we would encourage members to be a little bit more relevant to the motion that's being debated currently.
I thank the Honourable Parliament Secretary for his intervention on the issue of relevance. Members will know, of course, that there is a great degree of liberty on the part of members to pose their arguments in a way that support a particular premise that they may introduce, usually at the front end of their speech. And we follow this as best we can. We always encourage members to make sure that the points that they include in their remarks are pertinent to the question that's before the House. They do have the option, though, of making points of comparison and then exploring arguments around those comparisons in the course of their speech. And I recognize that has tended to be the pattern that we certainly have been seeing in this particular debate. So I encourage honourable members to make sure that they do, in making these comparisons, of course, to particular premise that they might introduce in their remarks, that they do continue to keep it relevant. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will just say, with a great deal of goodwill for my friend from Winnipeg North, that him challenging someone on relevance is sort of like this government challenging someone else on omnibus bills. Now, I do want to clarify, though, that the important point we're establishing here is that there is a pattern of behavior from this government, and there is a tenor that exists within this chamber and within the House of Commons. And I would like to see us resolve that. I think what you're seeing from this side of the House are members who want to see us be able to move forward, to move back to a place where I think we were at one time, which is of cooperation across the aisle in terms of organizing of debate, scheduling of things in the House and committee, and members know that that cooperation existed. But when we got to this point of, questions of privilege that the government sought to adjourn without a vote, when we got to this point of efforts to make unilateral changes to the standing orders, and it's striking because what we heard from some members in the context of the discussions at PROC were, well, we would like to get to unanimity. We would like to get to agreement with respect to changes that are going to happen to the standing orders. And then we have the government House leader go on television and say, we will not allow the Conservatives to have a veto on changes that we want to make to the standing orders. Well, unfortunately, if the government House leader is intent on drawing a line in the sand in favor of unilateral changes, then we are obliged. It's not just a political choice. We are obliged to stand up for this institution, for the integrity of the process by which we make decisions and the substructure of democracy, and to do so not just as Conservatives, but as members of a united opposition who are committed to these issues, and as proud Canadians who care about the strength and integrity of our institutions. So we're going to continue that. We're going to continue to raise these issues in terms of this privilege motion, in terms of the discussions at PROC, in terms of the problems with the way government is approaching it. And right now, there's just no off-ramp unless the government agrees to come back to the table, to work with us, yes, to have a conversation about prospective changes to standing orders, but a conversation that ensures that all voices are heard. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Again, I come back to what's at the heart of this conversation, which is the question of whether or not the point of privilege about a member of this House having the right to vote was properly dealt with. And fair enough, the House has made a ruling, and we respect the ruling that the chair has made. But the fundamental issue here is not really even about the rule changes that have been proposed as a point of conversation. I remind Canadians and people watching that there has been no bill or motion introduced around any particular change to the House procedures. What there has been is a request by the government to have a conversation about how to modernize this place so, for example, people don't get stuck on a bus and miss a vote, which I think is an archaic way to manage the affairs of a modern parliament. What we're trying to figure out and look at is actually a series of contradictory ideas. Should we sit on Friday? Should we sit on? Should we have longer constituency periods and longer sessions of sitting? Should we sit longer in the day? Should we sit shorter in the day but more days? It's a series of contradictory ideas that are being presented to try to modernize this place. What I find fascinating is that what is really being stopped here is not a change to the procedural House rules. What's being filibustered effectively by this motion and others is this. The majority of the House of Parliament gets to choose an executive. That executive gets to set the agenda. There is no prescribed outcome to this conversation. There's no dictated formality, formal set of decisions as part of this conversation. In fact, if you read the document that's been filibustered, there are contradictory ideas that we want Parliament to resolve. And so, what strikes me and why I think the two sides are united in their opposition is because they share something else. They share ideology as the basis of political operation. This party uses ideas. The other party uses ideology, which means you have the answer before the question's even asked, which is why they resent this government proposing agendas for conversation. Is it not important for the government of the day to set the agenda, and isn't that not the right that's being challenged by this filibuster?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I did hear some applause from the gallery, so maybe just a reminder about that for those in terms of the security protocols we have. Now, it's striking to me listening to that member's sort of incoherent efforts to distinguish between idea and ideology. And, it's beyond ridiculous. It's not even worthy of refutation. The member, though, can't get through a series of questions without directly misstating the relationship between the executive and Parliament. He says that it's up to the executive to set the agenda here. Now, we have government orders, which are a period of time in which the government has the ability to bring forward legislation. But the agenda of this place is set according to rules that are agreed on by members of Parliament. It is not up to the government to decide unilaterally when this House sits, when it doesn't sit, what kinds of things are discussed when. The government is able to bring forward matters for discussion during periods that are prescribed within those standing orders. But that a parliamentary secretary, an ostensibly senior member of the government, would get up and say, this is designed so the executive can set the agenda, shows how fundamentally flawed the understanding of this executive is, how fundamentally flawed their approach is to the way this institution is supposed to work. Now, he spoke about rule changes being allegedly a point of conversation, and maybe I'll have a chance to get to that in the next question.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. He's always so eloquent and informed when he speaks. But I am struck in this debate by the hypocrisy that I'm continually hearing where the government's bringing a message that we're having a conversation. This is so misleading to Canadians. There is a motion that they are using their majority to drive through procedures that's unprecedented in 150 years of Parliament. They say they're open and transparent, but then there's these sneaky things going on in the background, and I wonder if the member could comment because he's seen them firsthand.
Yeah. Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this is a good point. You know, I don't have a problem with the government bringing forward a discussion paper. I don't have a problem with that being discussed in committee. But we have insisted that there be a framework for that discussion that ensures that opposition voices are heard. Because that's what a discussion is. It's where both sides talk and hear each other and come to some kind of a conclusion. The government House Leader talks a lot about the need to have a conversation. I'm all for that conversation, but it has to be in the context of a framework where both sides are talking and both sides are listening. It's not even actually both sides, it's all different parties, as well as perhaps the different perspectives that may and indeed do exist within parties. So, you know, the talk on the government side, it's these sneaky words, not really that cleverly disguised words that are designed to paper over their effort to impose things unilaterally. You know, they talk about modernization, and yet modernization can mean all kinds of different things. You know, at one time, modernization in Parliament meant increasing the efficiency of the legislative process so that the executive could pass more bills. At another time, modernization or efficiency reform was used to mean enhancing the role of the private member relative to the executive. So we can see in our own parliamentary history in the last 60 years how modernization and reform have been used to describe opposite impulses. That's why we need to have a real conversation that includes every voice.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've had the opportunity in the past to work with Conservative governments, New Democratic governments, where we have had substantial rule changes. I've also had the opportunity to work in Proc, where there was some changes to the rules. And the way in which you had those changes to the rules is we would say, well, let's adopt those that low-hanging fruit, where everyone could agree on. And nothing was really changed, Mr. Speaker. You can't make reference to the Speaker's ruling or the electronic petition. Now we have a government that says that, look, we want to modernize Parliament. That means there's going to have to be some substantial talks. When I reflect on my years inside the Manitoba legislature, never did I ever approach the government and say, well, if I can't have unanimous consent, we can't have any rule changes in this House because that would be undemocratic. Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is, would he not recognize that there is a need, at least from the government's perspective, to modernize Parliament? You cannot do that in the identical fashion when you just take the low-hanging fruit for putting in a comma here or putting in a period there. That there needs to be good faith negotiation, and it comes from the opposition too. The opposition also has to have a role, and it is not fair to be demanding a veto on it. Would the member not agree?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of this characterization of a veto, when my wife and I are discussing where we're going to go on a vacation, if I told her, you're not going to have a veto on where we go on vacation. I think that would be a pretty inappropriate thing to say. If there's a decision that should be made together, then effectively it's done by consensus. And it would be silly well, we can have the kind of love across the aisle, though, as well, to my friend. Now, in response to his question, he talks about the issue of modernization. And he asks, do we need to have modernization of this House? Well, before we get to answering that question, I have to know what he means by modernization. As I've said before, modernization can mean completely different things. It can mean opposite things depending on who brings that forward. And if the members across the way want to talk about it, that's great. Let's pass the amendment and let's get on with the discussion that ensures that we listen.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, when my colleague was speaking, he inadvertently pointed out a contradiction in mentioning the Minister of the Environment answering a question on the marijuana bill being tabled today. And it's a contradiction to the liberal green ideology where people would be puffing up, putting carbon dioxide into the air, it just goes to speak to the whole basis upon the junk science which they implement these types of taxes that our taxpayers are subject to. So my question to my colleague is, when we see these kind of contradictions that don't make sense, how will the changes to the rules impact our ability to govern and to provide Canadians with fairness?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, and I will only add that it's clear that the government's credibility on this file has completely gone up in smoke. They should work with the opposition. We can achieve consensus. I believe we can make substantial changes to the standing orders. I know the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has told the Hill Times that he wants to see substantive changes, not just little changes around the edges. And I think we can make those changes with consensus. I think actually it's much harder to make those changes unless we have consensus, and it wouldn't be appropriate to make substantive changes without that consensus. I'm optimistic. I think we can get there. Let's get it done. Let's pass the amendment, and then this Parliament can achieve some great things.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Belleau.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleagues for this warm welcome. I'd like to start by saying, Mr. Speaker, that the debate has evolved since the last time I listened to the debate on the question of privilege, but there is a common theme. The theme is that the government doesn't seem to understand that, yes, we are facing the question of privilege when it comes to access to Parliament Hill and access to the House by the members for Milton and Beauce. But the reason that we're stuck with this debate, we're expressing frustration over the issue, and that we're still talking about, is that it's the government's fault because they decided to take unprecedented action to put an end to debate without a vote. At a time when the House was seized with an issue which, under the rules, before the government imposed a change in that regard, which was the most fundamental issue, this question of privilege. And in deciding to put an end to a debate on a question of privilege and to proceed to orders of the day as determined by the government, by their version of an executive order, well, it was something that was unprecedented, and they don't seem to understand that the reason why we're still talking about this is that it's now a much bigger issue than simply access to the House. This is an essential issue we're discussing here today. So it's also the fact that they unilaterally decided, as they've been doing over the past few months, to end a debate and to say members' privilege isn't important enough for us. We're going to move on to Bill XYZ. And this is a problem, Mr. Speaker, and this is something that I mentioned earlier in the week, and I'll reiterate it again today, but privilege is a word that the public doesn't necessarily understand. if we talk about privilege, when we talk about, for example, the Prime Minister who went to a billionaire's island. But when we talk about our privilege as a member of Parliament, what that means is our ability to represent our constituents here in the House of Commons. And that's why it's such an essential issue.
Of privilege, the link that needs to be made, whether it's access to Parliament Hill and to this building here in Centre Block, or whether it's the privilege, the debate on privilege, which, as our standing orders say, is supposed to be the issue that seizes the House when it's brought forward and when the Speaker rules that there's a prima facie breach of that privilege. That then becomes another question of privilege when the government ends that debate, despite the Speaker's ruling, which the Speaker qualified as unprecedented. And that, to me, Mr. Speaker, is inherently linked with the behavior of this government for over a year now. It started with motion number 6, when the previous government House leader decided that he was too good for members of Parliament's privilege, and that he and the Prime Minister, because let's face it, we know where this agenda is coming from, and with all due respect to the government House leader, it certainly is unlikely to be coming from her. Exactly. And the Prime Minister and the then government House leader decided that they were going to change the rules of the House in order to limit opposition MPs' ability to do their jobs, which is to speak on behalf of the people who elect us. And what happened then, Mr. Speaker? Well, this whole place became chaos, and the government, realizing that it, and only it, had driven this whole place off the rails and had delayed its own legislative agenda because of its own belligerence in this place and its complete contradiction of its own electoral commitment to make this place work better. And it decided wisely to withdraw. And the temperature cooled and things went a little bit better. Mais, Monsieur le Président, malheureusement...
But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, over the summer following Motion 6, they didn't change because we ended up back with time allocation motions in the fall. The government quickly is attempting to reach the record established by the previous government when it comes to time allocation. And the government came forth with this discussion, conversation, modernization. Choose the word you want to describe it, but what it's done is try to create confusion around the real issue. They want to make Parliament work better, not for Parliament, but for Cabinet and for the Executive. These substantive issues, Mr. Speaker, that the government wants to discuss are very important. And we would be prepared to discuss those issues, but we won't discuss them until we have a guarantee that the government will not act unilaterally and will honor the 100-year tradition in the House of Commons, which has been respected by prime ministers, both Liberal and Conservative alike, over the years. And this is the essential issue, Mr. Speaker. So I don't understand why the government can't understand that aspect. We have raised it here in the House, and they say, well, why don't you want to discuss it? Well, because it's not a discussion at this point, Mr. Speaker. It's like I said the last time I spoke to this issue, it's a dialogue among people who are not listening to each other. They are self-congratulating themselves. They're not extending a hand and looking for a real process that will enable us and Canadians, through their members of Parliament, opposition members, Liberal backbenchers, etc., to have a guarantee that the government will not act unilaterally. It's such an easy commitment for them to make, except for the government House leader and the Prime Minister.
Question of access to the parliamentary precinct and the question of the Liberals' true intention and ability to actually respect their own commitments to make this place work better, I want to really look at fundamentally why this problem persists and is actually in some ways getting worse when it comes to access on the Hill. And I want to preface my comments by saying, once again, as I said in my last speech, and as all colleagues on this point we can certainly agree, anything that we say criticizing the structure of how things work in this place is always in recognition of the fact that the work that both the PPS, the Parliamentary Protective Services, and the RCMP do is second to none, and something that certainly I'd have no ability to be up to the task of, and so we thank them for that, and we always recognize that that is a very difficult job. However, following the events of October 22nd, 2014, many may have forgotten that a fundamental change was brought to how security operates here on Parliament Hill, Mr. Speaker, and I want to remind folks that that debate, something that New Democrats opposed, but that Liberals and Conservatives supported, was to give more power to the RCMP in running security, which is, on the surface, something that's seemingly benign. But the key there, Mr. Speaker, is when we look at how parliamentary privilege operates in this place, and we look at the expertise that are had by the different security agencies and the different groups that operate security on Parliament Hill, Mr. Speaker, and it's a complicated thing, but the RCMP's priorities and their training is not the same as the Parliamentary Protective Services, who fundamentally understand, and it's part of their training to understand what parliamentary privilege is and the importance of allowing me or any of my colleagues as a member of Parliament to get here unimpeded, and consequently to the people I represent to get here in a way unimpeded, certainly symbolically through the interventions that I make representing them. Whereas the RCMP's priority, as we saw with the events on Budget Day that prevented the members from Milton and Beauce in particular from getting to the Hill in time for a vote, their priority is protection of the Prime Minister and other aspects of protection, which is fine. That's the mandate they have, but it causes confusion. And that part of that confusion, Mr. Speaker, is why you have to really wonder if the Liberals and the Liberal government truly understand the need to really look at these fundamental questions, because in the last Parliament, as on many issues that were brought forward by the previous government, they didn't ask those tough questions. They just rolled over and said, yep, we're going to let that change happen because of whatever reason. And unlike New Democrats, they weren't there saying, we have to ask ourselves how this changes, how this place works. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's important because, once again, it seems that the Liberals are just doing the same thing, but on the other side now. They expect us to roll over and fundamentally change how this place works and not have a process in place that allows us to ask those questions. And should the answers not be appropriate for the work that opposition MPs and Liberal backbenchers have to do, be done properly. Et, Monsieur le Président, je pense que c'est important.
And, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's important when we look at today's debate, the debate held this week on the question of privilege. I think it's interesting when we look at the members who speak to the issue almost exclusively are parliamentary secretaries who represent the executive. But we aren't hearing from the backbench members. Or one. Maybe there was one. One speech made by a backbencher, but who is someone with a great deal of experience, who's very respected on both sides of the House, and that was a member from Melpec. And I'd like to quote the member from Melpec. He said, we are in this House for a reason. It's not the House that belongs to Cabinet. It doesn't belong to the Prime Minister. Protecting the rights of members in the House of Commons, the rights of opposition members on the positions they adopt, also means protecting the rights of other members who are not part of government or cabinet. They're talking about government as if all members on this side were part of the government. The government is the executive, and we need to protect the rights of all members. And I couldn't have put it better myself, Mr. Speaker, be it access to the Parliament Hill, a member of Parliament who moves a motion to end a debate on an issue that the Speaker of the House, who is also here to protect the rights of members, had deemed crucial, important, be it a motion tabled at a Procedure and House Affairs Committee meeting as under the guise of being a discussion point, but really an attempt to unilaterally obtain more power for the executive. Well, when we hear quotes like that one, we can't not agree, Mr. Speaker, because the House of Commons does not belong to the government. It's not up to the executive or government to dictate the agenda. It's the Parliament. As the previous speaker, the previous Conservative speaker said so well, it's up to them to present their legislative agenda according to the schedule of the House. There are procedures, periods set aside for that. There are proceedings, routine proceedings, for example, that exist. The entire day in the House is structured. There are question and comments periods. The opportunity to table private members' business, for example. All of these measures have been determined and obtained with the consent of all parties, with all members. And that's how we preserve the sanctity of this place, of the essential functions, duties undertaken here in this House. And for the first time in over 100 years, we're faced with a government elected almost uniquely because it said it was going to do things differently to respect democracy, different from the previous government, yet it's doing worse, taking action that is worse than all other governments have on this issue. Not just the previous government, but historically speaking, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't want to exaggerate anything, but I'm not the one who said it myself. The Speaker himself said that the motion to end a debate on a question of privilege was unprecedented. Name any Prime Minister, Prime Minister Harper, Martin or Chrétien, none of them attempted to change the proceedings of this House in that way. We're not the ones saying this. It's the history of the place that proves. 100 years of research has shown that. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why we can't simply see them stand up and say that they will make a formal guarantee that they will not proceed unanimously.
For that, a fundamental piece of the Liberals' last election campaign, this platform that supposedly they are seeking to find ways of unilaterally adopting, and that's why they're even doing this move in the first place, was electoral reform. But there was no consensus for that, Mr. Speaker. So I suppose consensus is just about as good as everything else in the Liberals' platform. It's only when it suits them.
That's right.
And that's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, and that's a fundamental problem with the way of operating, because if you really want to make Parliament work, it's not cherry-picking from your election platform and deciding that consensus is only good when it's good for the Liberal Party of Canada and the front bench of this Liberal government. And Mr. Speaker, I'm being heckled from an MP from Toronto about provincial politics, which I guess shows you how seriously he takes how this place works right now, Mr. Speaker. Because he was elected on a commitment to make this place work better, but he just stood earlier in this place and said it was about making sure the executive could pass its agenda.
That's the truth.
So I hope his constituents will remember that his priority here is the executive passing its agenda and not making sure that he has the ability, both in committee and this place, to be able to protect his privilege. Because we're not just standing for our privilege, it's for the privilege of Liberal members as well, who have unfortunately, at least in this place, been silent on this. But I'd be interested to be a fly on the wall during their caucus meetings and other meetings that they have. Because many of them are not only were elected in the 2015 election, many of them were elected for the first time, period. And I have no doubt, as I said in my speech on Tuesday on this very issue, that many of them ran because the leader of their party, who's now the Prime Minister, said, we've been going through a horrendous 10 years with a dictator in Parliament, with Stephen Harper, who doesn't respect the way Parliament works, who tables omnibus legislation. Oops. Yeah. Who got elected with 38% of a so-called majority and a system that's unfair. Oops. Who decides that it's more important to make announcements outside of Parliament than in Parliament, in town halls, and not do them here. Oops. And all these people, Mr. Speaker, ran because that person, the member for Papineau, who is now the Prime Minister, the man from Papineau, as my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley called him, said that he would be better. And he inspired literally over 100 people to run for politics, in some cases for the first time, who are here now. And what does he do to thank them? Take away their ability to participate in debate in this place and its committees. Wow. So much for real change, Mr. Speaker. Yep. Et Monsieur le Président.
And Mr. Speaker, be it access to the Hill, ending of debate, the distribution of the budget ahead of time, a member taking pictures and tweeting out pictures and commenting, making negative comments on the opposition, be it motion 6, we're seeing a Liberal Party, a Liberal government elected on firm commitments to be different, to do things differently from Stephen Harper, but different from other Liberal Prime Ministers as well, because the Prime Minister often said, I will do better. He said that on many occasions during the last campaign. But they've changed. And in many cases, they're doing worse when it comes to Parliament. The action they're taking is worse. And I'll wrap up on these comments, but when they ask the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to do better, is what they've asked, to look at these issues immediately, well, I think that if the government were to realize that it were a priority to protecting parliamentary privilege, they would support the amendments put forth by our Conservative colleagues, support the motion, but also support the motion from the Conservatives and guarantee that this question of privilege or at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, they won't be taking unilateral action. And I'm not asking for this for me, for myself only, but for my constituents, for others. And when I go back home and I go door to door to speak to people, when I run into someone who says to me, Matthew, I don't know if I can use my name, but we want to get involved in politics, but that we believed in real change. And we're not seeing that. We're being told, oh, it's okay, we broke a promise on election reform. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm prepared to support this motion from the Conservatives, to work with the Bloc Québécois, to work with the Liberals as well. What we want are guarantees that they will extend a hand and not unilaterally try to impose something. That's not good for democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Social.
I love listening to the NDP talk about this, their concept of consensus. The NDP concept of consensus is first you agree to consensus, and then you must do what we think is right. And if you don't do that, it's not consensus. And I'll tell you where that philosophy falls down and becomes absurd the most is in this debate. There is not one single member of Parliament that disagrees with the ruling and the observation that the members who were stuck on the bus who couldn't vote, nobody disagrees with the fact that their privileges were abridged. Complete consensus. Unanimous consensus. Everybody agrees. And what happens? An endless debate afterwards. Not a resolution of the issue when consensus is reached. Consensus becomes the platform for endless debate. And that's a problem. And I appreciate that a ruling to try and bring a close to that, the process that we attempted to bring a close to a unanimous position had a subsequent ruling, and I appreciate that's what the debate on the floor of the House is today. But this notion that consensus is somehow going to magically unlock things in this Parliament is absurd. And you could see that during the electoral reform debate as well. The NDP said there had to be consensus. And then they did not budge from one idea that they held previous to the election on what that consensus must look like, not could look like. So the question here I now ask, with the last comment about this notion of consensus and goodwill to fellow parliamentarians, when is the NDP going to support the Bloc Québécois' call for official party status? a very same call the NDP made when they were a party that didn't quite meet the standard and were accommodated. When is, through the spirit of consensus and goodwill to all members, when is the NDP going to afford the Bloc Québécois official party status and let them sit at committees and get equal rights as all parliamentarians should? Or is their talk just that, talk?
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
I want to talk about relevance. I think we got a great case study there. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to the electoral reform debate, and I know we're getting very much off topic, but I want to address the comments of my colleague, I'll have him know that one of the key pieces in the report that was tabled by that committee was New Democrats, even though it wasn't the idea that was top of mind for us, looking to Conservatives and saying, you know what, Conservatives feel we need a referendum to move forward on this, and we were able to have that discussion. And I saw the member from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie and Skeena-Buckley-Valley stand in front of a microphone outside this place and say, we've decided that in order to bring Conservatives on side, and hopefully other parties as well, because electoral reform is a critical issue for us, and we are seeking that consensus, we're willing to live with a referendum if that's the path the government chooses to go down. And what happened, Mr. Speaker? The Prime Minister stood up and said, there's no consensus. So we did that work in committee, which flies completely in the face of what that member just asserted. Right. And Mr. Speaker, that's what matters in these issues, whether it's electoral reform or the way this place works. We have our ideological differences. We might not be political mercenaries like Liberals can sometimes be, certainly in the Conservative and NDP and the New Democratic Party. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, I think the key thing here is that when it comes to these fundamental changes, they have never been done without consensus. So yeah, we will have fundamental agreements on other issues, but certainly we can't have fundamental disagreements when it comes to changing the rules of how the heart of our democracy works.
Yeah. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, l'Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire de la Leader de...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
And I did take some exception to the member's comments in regards to the Prime Minister and the change that was committed to Canadians. And I think I'd like to remind the member in regards to private members' bills, where we have seen votes, where there are free votes. Unlike the New Democratic Party, they are free votes. We've even seen the government lose a number of those votes. We have seen committees where we have had amendments being passed, proposed by opposition members. And if the member was here, as I know he was in the 4 years prior to the Harper administration, that didn't occur. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could just maybe be a little bit more forthright with just how we have seen some positive changes, and recognize that if you have the government of the day wanting to make significant changes to modernize Parliament, and if you have a combined opposition, you know, the NDP and the Conservatives are united as one, it would appear, on this issue, but if they do not want to reform the Parliament of Canada and modernize it, that could be a problem for the government of the day. And this is one of the reasons why we are struggling to make sure that we get that discussion going, Mr. Speaker. But it would be irresponsible to give the veto. Would the member not agree?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know where he's come out with this fact that we don't have free votes. We do, on our side, have free votes. We're adults. We have robust discussions. It leads to consensus. I don't know why he would be challenging that, but once again, 2 questions in a row now from 2 parliamentary secretaries, 2 representatives of the executive to try and talk about the Bloc Québécois, about how the NDP works. We're talking here about how Parliament works. And what we're seeing, and what's interesting about the example that he's given, is that he talks about the fact that Liberal backbenchers won despite what the government, or voted against their government. But, well, what we see are cases where Liberals vote in favor of amendments on C-22, for example. They're cancelled out in the House. Or in another case, the Minister of Justice sent something off to the court. Now, they're talking about electronic voting and distance voting, but that's all fine and well. When we talk about free votes, that's another thing. Despite those votes, the government raises other issues, turns to medical assistance in dying, public safety issues. Well, it's just a big smokescreen than what we're seeing. And what we're asking for here, once again, and to bring my Liberal colleagues back to the essential issue, is that to ensure that members have the privilege to represent their constituents, we're asking for one thing, a simple thing, a consensus. Why are they not in a position to offer it to us?
Comments. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his wonderful impassioned speech here. You know, it's curious, he mentioned in his speech about which Liberals are getting up and speaking and which aren't, and this is something that I've taken note of because I have the freedom on this side of the House to get up and speak at any point that I want on any issue, to ask questions of the government, of anyone sitting on the other side. It's clear to me that's not the same in the Liberal caucus, that there are designated spokespersons within the party. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to wonder if the information is only being given to a certain circle of people within the Liberal Party. And I say that because I have a lot of conversations with my Liberal colleagues and on this particular issue, on what we're facing currently at PROC. And what I hear from them is either they vehemently disagree with it, they think that it's wrong and that we shouldn't be going down this path because they've been a member of Parliament and they understand the way things are done here and that we need consensus, or they don't know anything about it. They really don't understand. They think it's only about what's happening at PROC, or they think that this question of privilege is something to tie up their time, to cause some kind of shenanigans over here on this side of the House. They really don't have the information about this particular point of privilege that we're looking at today, the sub-amendment to send it to the committee. And it's clear to me that if they're not receiving the information, they're not able to make a good decision on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of people that have sent them here to perform that role. And so I wonder if I can ask my colleague if this has been his experience as well, that there are people on the Liberal side of the House who don't even understand what it is that we're debating today.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same kind of smokescreen we're seeing when it comes to who's speaking on behalf of the government. The parliamentary secretary, the last time he appeared at the committee, perhaps he had a bit less to say than the Conservative parliamentary secretaries did, but that's because it's a smokescreen. They try to pretend they're doing business differently, but not really. Even though the parliamentary secretary isn't taking the floor, you can always see someone from PMO in the background. And so it's the same thing here. I come back to what I said before. This is the House of Commons, not the House of Cabinet or the Prime Minister's house. So this is about our rights and privileges. And it is about the Liberals' rights and privileges, too. And they would be welcome, the Liberal backbenchers, to join with us in calling on the government House Leader and the Prime Minister to demand a consensus before changing our democracy. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor today. I'd like to congratulate the member for Belleuil-Chambly for his excellent speech. And he's incredibly bilingual. And he's a nice reflection of our forefathers who founded this country in that sense. My colleague for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, I think did a good job of explaining what we're talking about here today. My colleague went through the background. He talked about what got us here, what's happened over the past few weeks, the question of privilege upon question of privilege, the way one has piggybacked on another. So I don't intend to redo that whole exercise with you here and now, but I would like to talk a little bit about the importance of a question of privilege. And I'd like to do a little bit of textual analysis of the government's discussion paper on House reform, but I'd like to stick to the subject that is before us here and now. For 3 weeks now, I've wanted to take the floor and address my colleagues here in the House. I wanted to talk about this debate that affects us all, whether it's on the question of privilege or the reforms that are being discussed at the House Affairs and Procedure Committee. Some people are trying to draw a distinction between the two debates, the debate at PROC and the debate here in the House. But whether we're talking about the question of privilege or the proposed liberal reforms, the so-called modernization, the issue is the same, and that is the right inviolate of parliamentarians' rights and privileges. And I wanted to express myself either at committee. I got my name put on the list, but they didn't get around to me. But I was here on Friday to take part in the debate, as were colleagues opposite. So I'm happy finally to have my chance to speak and to perhaps bring a little bit of a French-Canadian perspective to this debate. A number of my colleagues on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, wanted to show, they wanted to demonstrate the fact that questions of privilege are of the utmost importance to members here in the House of Commons, in all parliaments, Westminster parliaments around the world. For centuries, it took centuries to put these questions of privilege in place. My colleague for Yorkton Melville, I think it was him, he explained how centuries earlier in England, the kings sometimes prevented the noblemen or the lords in the House of Lords, in the upper chamber. The king could, with certain tactics, try to prevent the lords from getting to the House to vote on bills. So over the centuries in England, the Houses of Parliament gave themselves, they put protections in place, including the most important one, which relates to the question of privilege we're debating today. The question of privilege is thus, above all, a question of privilege is designed to guarantee that our access to the House of Commons is never fettered by what have you, by legislation, by changes to procedures, by what have you. So it's not an understatement that it took centuries to get to where we've gotten with questions of privilege. And a couple of my colleagues were, a few weeks ago, unable to get here for a vote because they were in a shuttle bus that was held up because of the Prime Minister's motorcade. And there have been breaches of parliamentary privileges, and in this case, it involved two Conservative members who, like all of us, are here to represent their constituents. And this issue, Mr. Speaker, is extremely serious for all members of the House. It could happen to anyone. Just turn the tables. Imagine if it was a confidence motion and 30 or 40 Liberal members were prevented from getting to the House. The government could fall, and that could trigger an election. That's why this question of privilege is so important. Access to the House must never be fettered in any manner whatsoever. As long as we need the House, we need the privilege, because a breach could have drastic consequences. As I just mentioned, it could cause the government to fall, and it could trigger an election at any time. So it's a very serious subject, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader directly or indirectly, deliberately or otherwise, perhaps, is trying to steer this debate, trying to manage this debate on the question of privilege. He attempted, and I was here last Friday. I saw what he was doing, trying to manage the debate. He was trying to raise the issue of relevance. And today, in my humble opinion and analysis of the situation, he tried to do the same. It's a pattern among Liberals, and particularly this parliamentary secretary, this pattern, this desire to manage and control and dominate and supervise those of us here who are elected representatives in our democratic house. Let's just read the definition of manage. It means administer. Administer what? I'm reading from Le Petit Robert, 2006. So I'm reading the French definition of manage or gérer. So it's to administer or run the affairs of another. Nobody needs to manage my interests here in the House. Nobody else. And the reason the word manage is defined this way is if you refer to the discussion paper put forward by the government House Leader when they talk about reforming the standing orders on page 2, if you'll just take a look, Mr. Speaker, it says, quote, the proposed reforms are in 3 parts. The 3 parts are as follows. 1, managing the House and its sittings. 2, managing debate. And 3, managing committees. Unquote. Managing. It's not the government's job. No professional in the public service told the government House Leader not to write that. But it's incredible that they would write that. It's not their job to manage the House. They manage the government. They manage Canada. They manage Canadians' interests. But they have no business managing the House of Commons. And yet that's what this says in the discussion paper put forward by the House Leader on reforming the House. And if you look at the Constitution, the Constitution is my Bible, if you will. I refer to it constantly, although I like the Bible too. If you look at the part on jurisdiction, you'll see that there's a mention to privilege. So the word privilege is in the Constitution of Canada, in the British North America Act, 1867. And if you see the part of the Constitution that refers specifically to the House of Commons, they never use the word in the Constitution, manage. You won't find the word manage. So clearly, our founding fathers never contemplated the idea that the government should, in whatever way, manage the House. On the contrary, if you look at what the government is proposing, and that's basically what underlies this entire debate, even though there's the question of privilege and an amendment and so on. I'm not going to go through all the procedural history that led us to this point. That was done well by my colleague from Yorkton, Saskatchewan. But opposition members are frustrated right now because of this government, this Liberal government's shameful attempt and the Prime Minister's brazen attempt to diminish the powers, the ability to speak, the ability to vote of all members in the House. The government's attempt to prevent us from doing what we want to do here in the House. It's incredible what the government's trying to do. I don't want to impugn their motives excessively, but one thing is sure, Mr. Speaker, and I'll take my last 5 minutes. Their discussion paper is defective in a number of ways. For example, a lot of things bothered me in this discussion paper on reforming the standing orders. On the first page, it says that the House should adapt to be more accountable, transparent, and relevant. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, the Founding Fathers and the Constitution never said that the House needed to be relevant. The only thing that's relevant is elections every 4 years with the new legislation. The results of those elections, that's what's relevant. And that determines how political power is divided in the House of Commons. There is no other relevance that matters in the House of Commons. In the second paragraph, it's incredible. It says the idea is to balance the desire of the minority's right to be heard with the majority's duty to pass its legislative agenda. So that's what it says. The desire of the minority's right to be heard. It's not a desire, it's a right. The minority has the right to be heard. It's incredible to read that type of wording in a document coming from the Government of Canada. Is this a student's essay, a high school student's essay, or is it a government document? You really have to scratch your head, Mr. Speaker. Third paragraph, it says, and I quote, that debate should be efficient and that there should be a reasonable amount of debate. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, so it says a reasonable amount of debate. Good Lord, Mr. Speaker. Most of the time I only speak for 10 minutes. That was too much? That's unreasonable to start with. That's not much time. There's the book I'm reading, and it's a historical account. Our forefathers spoke for hours at a time, and here the government's suggesting that 10 minutes is too much? It's incredible to see this in a document drafted by the government. And in the second paragraph, it also says the reforms, the purpose of the reforms is to reassess the role of members to see how they could have a greater influence on the legislative process. So I know it's going to be hard to get these reforms across, to get them through, but I have two very simple suggestions for the government, two solutions that I deeply feel would be supported, and I will always advocate these solutions. If you really want to give all members real power in the legislative process here in the House of Commons, there's two things to be done. First of all, close down the Prime Minister's office, which didn't even exist before the 70s. And before the 70s, many Prime Ministers were both Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister. So without even having a PMO, they were able to do both jobs. And I know what I'm talking about because I was a student at PMO. There were about 500 government officials and 200 partisan staff. So my suggestion is get rid of PMO and get rid of party discipline. There's none in England. They don't whip votes. That's the Westminster system. This whole idea of having a majority and a minority, it's an illusion when you get right down to it. A true Westminster political system of majorities and minorities is that those are fluid concepts. In Alberta, it's like that. So a true prime minister in a British parliament should have the pride and the conviction and the ability to convince everyone to rally around him. In England, at times there were votes where 80 of his own Conservatives would vote against him. The majority-minority thing was constantly shifting. That's the true strength. That's what a parliamentary majority is all about. It's something that can shift, that can move. So my suggestion is quite straightforward, and it's two-pronged. Get rid of PMO and get rid of party discipline. But if our Prime Minister did that, he'd be recognized for millennia for his audacity. Let me continue. I maybe have about 3 minutes left. I'll go on. On page 3, the document, no, that's not so interesting. Page 4. The document refers to the fact that under the reforms, the government thinks that this would bring flexibility that would perhaps dissipate some of the acrimony we've been seeing. But when you consider that we have a Westminster system, acrimony is an integral part. It's desirable. That's what our founding fathers wanted. In the U.S., they have checks and balances because their jurisdictions and their division of powers is very strict and watertight, but ours is not. You know as well as I do, Mr. Speaker, with all your experience here in the House, acrimony is a bit of a check and balance here in the House. Not only does it act as a check or balance, if you read the texts written by political writers, Lawrence Bacon, and academics from McGill and the University of Calgary, political scientists, they explain that there is acrimony between the three branches of government, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislator, and that's desirable. We want to have debate. So the very basis of this question of privilege upon question of privilege upon question of privilege is at the root of this. The problem is that the government is trying to take rights away from opposition members. And if they really want to increase the power of members of parliament, they should get rid of PMO and get rid of party discipline. That's my recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Toronto Danforth.
I'd like to say thank you to my colleague for his speech. It was interesting to listen to it, and he had some ideas. What I gather from our side is that we truly want to work together with people from all sides, from both sides of the House. So he came up with some ideas. But if I understand correctly, the problem we have here today is that 2 MPs couldn't get here to vote on time. And that's the question of privilege. Everyone understands that that's been discussed now for days. And the original problem was perhaps maybe the problem could be avoided if we could vote electronically. That could be a solution. So my constituents want us to talk about our work, how we work. They want jobs. They want to talk about jobs and the environment. That's what they want us to be discussing. Does my colleague not think that if this discussion about alternative ways of voting Wouldn't that be more productive than to keep discussing this question of privilege here in the House? Now, a member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her question. I'm glad you raised the issue of electronic voting because that might be the most modest reform suggested in the discussion document. I am firmly opposed to electronic voting. I'm proud to come here. I'm not just talking about personal pride. I'm talking about recognition for my 100,000 constituents. That's why in England, they still do things. They still have customs from the 18th century. I don't want it all to be electronic. I don't want all the kind of horse trading like they do in the U.S. I like to stand up and bow when my name and my riding is read out. I like to take the time to stand, to get on my feet, to show Canadians how important it is. An electronic vote would just lead to laziness.
Senator.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank my friend for a very interesting and animated speech. He covered a lot of ground. Much of what he talked about, I took, was to underscore the difficulty this government has between understanding the difference between the executive, cabinet, and government versus the rest of us that constitute Parliament. And consistently, they seem to not only want to blur the lines, but eliminate them, particularly in the case of control of security in here. Rather than it being under our collective control, it's now under the control of the Prime Minister, directly through the Commissioner of the RCMP. Totally unacceptable, and at some point we'll get our Parliament back. My question to my honourable friend, Speaker, is given all of this mounting evidence that the government clearly doesn't want, either doesn't because they don't know or they don't want to understand that very important distinction between members of the Executive Council called Cabinet versus the rest of us, and collectively we constitute Parliament. My question to him directly is this. I have this impression, does he share my feeling that in large part the government, the Cabinet, sees the rest of us, especially those on the opposition benches, as a nuisance, a minor irritant to be got around or gotten through rather than respected? Would he share that viewpoint, Speaker?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I fully agree with your analysis, my colleague's analysis. And what's more, the government clearly doesn't understand its role in the House of Commons. In this whole document, you see words that have no business being there. You see terminology that is not consistent with the way things are supposed to work in the House of Commons. Their job is not to manage the way things operate in the House of Commons. Their job is to manage the affairs of state and the interests of Canadians, not the House of Commons. This text was written by a student, Mr. Speaker.
Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, in good part, I've really enjoyed a lot of the dialogue and listening to comments across the way, and can't help but ultimately, desire in terms of to have seen something happen within the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. The member made reference to a lot of rules by talking about the discussion paper, and that was what it is that the Government House Leader was attempting to do, to bring it to Proc so that they would be able to get the type of debate and discussion about the pros and the cons of the rules that are being suggested. My question to the member is, because he made reflection in terms of the Mother Parliament in England, and I'm wondering if he could provide, because I know he's gone through the document, he's made reference to it throughout his speech, if he finds that there is anything that was within that document that would not be or would go against the Mother Parliament. It seems to me that this is a good discussion paper, and many of the things within this discussion paper is in fact quite often reflected within the Mother Parliament. So would he not agree that that would have been a very good discussion point in itself at the Proc Committee?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what I see in this discussion document is an attempt to slowly but surely lead Canada towards the Republican system. We wouldn't have a Westminster system anymore. We would have an executive that was unaccountable. I don't want that. I want a Westminster system with a government that's accountable every day here in the House of Commons.
It's George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to remind our honourable colleague across the floor, the House Leader chose to have a discussion with the rest of the House, but she chose to do it through the media rather than have a respectful conversation. And Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, because really what the discussion has been for the last 3 weeks is parliamentary privilege and what we're talking about today. And I want to remind folks, and this is on page 61 of O'Brien and Bosch, is that the privileges of members of the House of Commons provide the absolute immunity that they require to perform the parliamentary work for their electors. The privileges of the Commons are designed to safeguard the rights of each and every elector, Mr. Speaker. For example, the privilege of freedom of speech is secured for members not for their personal purpose, but to be the voice of electors. And essentially, what this government is doing is silencing and sending the message that all of the opposition and all of the electors that elected the opposition members, whether they're Conservative, NDP, Bloc, or Green, don't have a say. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague, does he not agree that essentially what they're saying is that all of the electors in the ridings of the opposition should not have a say, and they don't. Their points don't really count.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, it's true. What they're doing is trying to silence the voices of Canadians here. What they did since '82 with the constitutional revolution with the Pierre Elliott Trudeau is their ultimate goal of the Liberal Party is to get rid of the Westminster system and try to get rid of it for good. And this reform, so-called reform, we want to make sure that these proposals never see the light of day.
1.5 minutes remaining in the time for questions and comments when the House for
the member for Beauport-Limoilou, when the House returns to this matter, it being 2:30 pursuant to Standing Order of Monday, April 3rd, 2017. The House stands adjourned until Monday, May 1st at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1 of the Standing Orders.